main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SSL Gold Cup, here for the second test event ever held here. We're in Grandson, Switzerland, on the wild and beautiful lake of Neuchâtel. The race has already begun, so we're going to quickly take a look at that and come right back. Here we go. So as we were saying, the race has already begun. This is race number 6 with fleet number 2. We have here racing today Estonia, Switzerland, Argentina, and Croatia. With me today in the commentator booth is Morgan Laubert, which was sailing on Team Switzerland. He's here with me. How are you, Morgan?
Hello, Jan. I'm good, thank you. And you?
Yeah, very good, very good. So we've been thrown right in the thick of it here. This is, as we can see here, race number 6 for fleet number 2. We've got a pretty light winds out there today.
Yes, that's really light winds today. We didn't had so much those conditions the last days. Yesterday was quite similar, but so far we had some really good conditions. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how the team is managing to sail as fast as possible.
Yeah, we can see they're now arriving at the windward mark. This is the first windward leg. So they've just taken the start about about 5 minutes ago, and now they're arriving here at the windward mark, and we're looking at Team Switzerland here.
Yeah.
Which is going to the offset mark, and they're hoisting their spinnaker.
Yes, exactly. And we saw that all teams were more on the right of the course, maybe for pressure or the angle. And we can see that they are already setting the spinnaker on the dogleg. So it's nice tactic and a nice job from the team to have seen the possibility to put the spinnaker.
Yeah, because generally you don't put that spinnaker up on that what we call the dog leg, which is it's basically it's a beam reach that avoids the boats jibing immediately and pretty much running into one another. So that's
yes,
why
exactly.
they do this, what is called the dog leg. And obviously the wind is shifting, because otherwise you can't put the spinnaker up on a dog leg like this.
Well, it depends. It depends, yeah, for sure from the angle. And now we see that all teams are jibe setting, so they jibe pretty soon. Maybe because the geometry of the course is more, the wind have shift more to the right, so maybe they are going faster to the next leeward mark by jibing soon.
There we go. This is a Team Argentina right here.
Yeah, you can see how focused they are to keep the speed and feeling the little pressure that they have in the sails, and try to sail as fast as possible.
Yeah, we saw on the earlier picture that the wind isn't really established fully. I mean, we are expecting more winds to come in this afternoon. We've been looking a little bit at the weather, and we're seeing that currently there is actually quite a bit of wind, but it's higher up. It's towards the peaks, which of the Jura, which is the mountain, which is just behind the arena in which they're sailing. So we are expecting to have a little bit more wind, but right now it looks a little bit light and patchy, and we can already tell that there's quite a big lead here for Team Switzerland over Argentina and Croatia.
Yep. So today is a quite critical day for all teams, because it's the last day for the qualification. So only the 2 first from each pool will pass to the final. And yeah, this fleet is really close. So everything is to play for all teams. And at the moment, Croatia and Switzerland are leading, so they have the same points. And Argentina is really close behind. So we will see some really tough sailing. and some action because Switzerland and Croatia want to protect their place, and Argentina want to give everything that they have to pass on the final. So
yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is a little bit different than regular regatta sailing. What's happening here is that we're looking at 7 races that will be held. The last 2 races are being held today, so race 6 and 7. And what happens is the 2 best teams of each fleet get qualified to the big final and to the small final.
yes, exactly.
And which is happening tomorrow. So I mean, really, it's very crucial. We see that it looks as though, for the time being, Croatia and Switzerland should be making it to the big final for tomorrow. But anything can happen. I mean, we just don't know. It looks like Argentina and Estonia, which are probably going to go to the small final for tomorrow. But as I said, anything can happen, and right now we have Estonia in second place, which have quite a big margin over Argentina and Croatia.
So yeah, now we can see that all boats are on the port deck. So yeah, now it's a really a race of speed. And for sure Switzerland want to keep their place at the first and let the other pass in front of the Croatian. So they are doing everything that they can, and so winning this race will be the much that they can do, and then they cannot control all the other things. So
yeah, so they're controlling. They're controlling Estonia, but they're not too worried about Argentina and Croatia, which are a little bit further behind. However, like we said, it's really patchy. Here you can see Team Switzerland. We've got one of the guys which is really looking at that water, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's Sebastian Schneider. Today he's doing the tactique, so he's analyzing the water and the opponent to see what they are doing, and we can see how concentrated they are. They're really focused, and
Yeah, so basically, so you guys can see what's happening back there on in the number 10 shirt. We've got the skipper. Just in front of him, we've got the mainsail trimmer, which is sitting in the middle of the boat. That's what she's looking up right now. She's looking at her mainsail. Number 14 right there, he's grinding. So he's actually turning those winches, which you see right in front of Sebastian Schneider, which is the winches are relayed to the coffee grinder. And when it's lighter conditions like this, now it looks like they're jibing. It looks like you only need, you only need one person that's on there, and Nelson's a big tough guy, and he's capable of doing that jibe in these light conditions by himself. So, I mean, generally when you're jibing, hoisting, or dropping, you're 2 people on that coffee grinder.
So yeah, it depends on the pressure that you have on the spinnaker. As today is some light here, you can just maybe do it with only one person, and the other one can keep in front of the boat to keep the you want to keep the weight forward, so then it's you are going a bit faster, and but then if there's a little bit more pressure, you need a little bit more strength to turn the winches, so you have to be 2 on the coffee grind. So yeah, we can see that the Swiss are going in front of the Argentina, so it's a bit to protect their places. And another jibe, we can see how the team is moving at the same time, really coordinate. So
yeah, everybody moves at the same time, and that just allows to be able to get the boat a little bit flatter. I mean, these SSL 47s are big boats, but if you've got everybody moving on there at the same time, they can flatten it out. They can get that little push that they need. And seeing as all these boats are exactly identical, every little bit helps. There you go. Now you see, now there are 2 people on the grinder. And look at that. They're struggling. I mean, it's tough. They've got to pull that spinnaker all the way in, and they can pull it about 70% of the time. 70% of the of that pull is done by those grinders just in time. I mean, if we keep this shot, we're going to see the next spinnaker drop. Team Estonia. We'll see how good they are. Look at that. You can see that they got those retrieval lines. There it goes. It's coming in. A good drop is 5 to 7 seconds.
Yeah, that's really nice maneuvers from both teams. So they try to drop the spinnaker the latest as possible to keep this front sail as much as they can. So yeah, you have to manage the risk, because you can know that if you have a problem during the maneuver, then it's a bit harder and you will more lose than dropping a bit sooner.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be dropping that into into the water, huh? Because if that spinnaker goes into the water, I mean, that's a lot of sail area. That's a lot of sail area. We saw down there that it looks like race committee is here we go. Croatia is having a hard time putting their spinnaker back in. They really need to get that out of the water and get their boat moving. Oh, that's a tough break for them.
Oh, they have to build again the speed. Now we can see that they are stuck, and it's really hard to continue being really into the race. They have to switch on and switch off really fast. So, but yeah, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like there's been a right shift. And we saw race committee down there with a big board. Yeah, I didn't see what was written on the board, but it looks like as though they probably have changed the course and adapted the course slightly to this wind change.
Yep, and you can see that all teams round the round mark, and I think that there is a little bit more pressure on the right, because they all want to go on the right side. Croatia just tagged because they are less, so they have to do something to recover and to catch back the other boats. And by following them, it's quite impossible.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to pass anybody if you're just sitting behind them all the time.
Yeah, so that's a nice strategy. They have to try something, and they are really fast. They are fast.
Yeah, and they're going right now. I mean, they've tacked, and so they're putting themselves pretty much in the middle of the race course. If you're going to the middle of the race course, you're taking less risk. If you're on the outsides, you're potentially either gaining a lot, or potentially losing a lot, depending on how the wind shifts. So staying in the middle is a pretty safe bet, and it looks like that was more or less the only choice that they did have, because they didn't want to be in the bad air following.
Yes, exactly. Now they have fresh air, so they can build the speed that they want, and we can see that Argentina and Estonia tackle so now they are entering into like control mode. So the Argentina don't want to get past from the Croatia, so they are controlling, and the Estonia also don't want to get past from the Argentinian and Croatian, so they tackle. So yeah.
Yeah, so here we're on the second windward leg here of the SSL Gold Cup second test event. So this is the second week we have had a test event. These test events are obviously very important for everybody, making sure that when the time comes next year in 2022, during the month of May and June, everything's going to be settled. We're going to have everything working out really as we expect everything to be working out. It looks like for the time being the racing is going very well. The boats are handling well, teams are hiking hard, and there we go. These are the first shots from these SSL test events that we've had. First time we can commentate them too, so it's good to be here. And it's good to see that everything is getting underway, and we will have another test event in 2 weeks, where we will finalize everything that's going on here this week. So here we go, second windward beat to the windward leg, and it looks as though Argentina is just taking first place over Switzerland here. Switzerland was the first at the leeward buoy, but
yeah, for the moment, yes, Argentina looks like they are in front, but don't have to forget that they have more tax to do to go on the ley line. The Switzerland is closer to the ley line, not under the line, so they have to tack or so. But each maneuver you lose a bit of speed and some meters. So we will see. Maybe they have a bit more pressure in the middle actually. So yeah, we're gonna see. Estonia is going back on the right side of the course, so maybe they saw something more interesting for them.
Yeah, maybe there's a little bit more pressure, and you can see now the crews are really hanging out. Obviously, every kilogram, every pound that you put over the side is going to help keep that boat flatter. And if the boat is flatter, the sail is catching more air.
Yeah, and the faster you go. So that's the point why you see all the guys just going outside of the boat. They are trying to hike and to have more righting moments. So
Exactly.
the more you hike, the more.
Yeah, I mean, we unfortunately, I think we saw just before they had a spinnaker sheet in the water. I mean, that's kind of too bad. That's
So
taken away from some of their speed right there.
yeah, you have to be aware of everything, like everything that is inside the water. And you're like fishing with here you can see the spinnaker sheets are not quite a lot of the water, but they can just slow you a little bit. And at that level, with all these great sailors, you have to make the difference on the small details, and that can make the difference because it's really hard to go faster as those Olympic champions. And
I mean, we're looking at Team Argentina, and the team captain is Santiago Lange. Santi has 3 Olympic medals. He's won 2 bronze medals in the tornado class, and he just won a gold medal in the NACRA 17 class. So he's the one that's at the helm back there. And he won that medal at the Tokyo Olympics. So he's got a brand new, nice and shiny gold medal. So I mean, we're these are Olympic athletes. They're the best. They're the best in their country.
They are all really experienced, and they have a really great team that they have a lot of experience, and they are doing a great job so far. So
yeah, I mean, if you look, here we go, Team Croatia, huh? Tonchi, we got Tonchi Stepanovic right there. There he is. We're looking at him right now. I mean, he's a laser sailor. He won the first ever Olympic medal in Croatian history in Rio, and he did it again in Tokyo. So now he has 2 silver medals. I mean, look at these guys. I mean, they're just absolutely unbelievable. We've also got Shime Fontella, which is on the team, which is just an absolute amazing sailor. Shime was participating also in the SSL World in the Bahamas. They're in the World Finals in the Bahamas. So he's a star sailor. He's been sailing on many different boats. We really have the top sailors. So yeah, having a spinnaker sheet in the water, not having all that weight out there, it'll make a difference. I mean,
yeah,
these guys are ready to pounce.
Yeah, you can see how hard they're trying to recover. They are not giving up any meters. So yeah, they are real fighters, all teams. So nothing is done before before you cross the finish line, and they all know that, and they're giving everything that they have until they cross the finish line. And yeah.
Yeah, and you can see right there. I mean, there isn't much wind out there, but these SSL 47s are so big, they're so powerful, and they're sailing really at full power right now. So once we get a little bit more wind this afternoon, they're going to depower those boats. They're going to take a little bit of power off of them, and that's going to be happening by some of the settings that they're going to be doing. They can also change the front sails depending on how strong it gets. The main sail stays the same. They don't take a reef in the mainsail, but right now that's why they're pulling so hard, is because they're using absolutely 100% of the potential that boat has.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, even in small lighter winds with the front sail, the bigger one, the boat is really going fast and no, yeah, it's
And look at that. Everybody's staying on the leeward side, making sure they get a heel, and up everybody goes up
yeah,
at
they're
the same
flattening the
time.
boat after just right after the deck. So try to accelerate after the maneuver to build faster the speed. And yeah, you can see how they're hiking hard.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely tell that.
Yeah, well, so we saw that the Swiss were first on the right side of the course. Now they are more on the left. So maybe they saw the Croatians that have recovered a lot. So actually they were last on the leeward mark. Now they're crossing second. So big gain for them. And
Croatia went left early in this
yeah.
upwind beat. So it kind of looks like it's shifted slightly to the left.
yeah,
And of
exactly.
course,
So I think that the Swiss
Switzerland is again on the left-hand side. So they're, I mean, tactician on that Swiss boat is looking like, he's got his eyes out on the water, and he's looking at what's going on.
and you can see that there is a lot of difference between pressure. So actually the boat number 2 and 3 are more pressured than the boat number 1, which is the Estonian. So I think that they have to have a great look on the water, what's going on, and try to see where there's more pressure and to play with the ships, which they are doing great.
Yeah, we can see here that the windward buoy is now a pink buoy. That pink buoy indicates that the course has changed. So that's effectively what was going on. We saw that there was a course change.
Yes, they changed on the leeward mark. There were a motorboat which was holding a banner, and which says that they have changed the course because of the wind shift. So now they don't use the same marks as before. They have to run the new marks, which
They've also changed the length. We were at 1.6 nautical miles. 1.6 kilometers, and now we're at 1.9 kilometers. So we're really aiming for a 45 minutes sailing time.
Mm-hmm.
And by changing the position of that mark, they can adjust the length of the length of the course.
Yep. So
here we go. Switzerland's just gone to the windward mark. Everybody's getting ready to put that spinnaker out. It's looking like they're having a little bit of trouble getting that spinnaker out.
So yeah, maybe normally you have to wait a little bit to be a bit patient to that the bowman is ready to set the spinnaker. It's really hard sometimes because you just want to put the spinnaker and go as fast as possible to create some space between you and the boat that's just before you.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes it's better just to wait and be a little bit more patient to make a really good maneuver than to be too much
to
in
rush
the rush.
maneuver
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
have the spinnaker fly as soon as you put it up. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you can see.
There's a Facundo Oleza. He's look at that. They're grinding hard. So like we said, those are the toughest parts is really getting that spinnaker, hoisting that spinnaker.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, big gain for the Croatian so far. Now they are just fighting. I think that they want to try to get the first place. So they're gonna match a bit the Swiss, and the Swiss won't let this race go. And
yeah, Croatia right now they're sitting in a number 1 spot of this fleet here.
Yeah.
So Switzerland and Croatia, they're number. So we got Croatia in first place, Switzerland in second of the overall for this week, and looks like they're in front. And we've got Team Argentina and Estonia, which are bringing up the rear. And we've got Team Estonia. She got 20 points over the week. Where they got a 4th place, a 5th place, a 4th place, a 3rd place, and again a 4th place. So we're really seeing, the 2 teams in front. I mean, they're just exchanging between 1st place and 2nd place all week, and it just looks like they're doing it again. This week.
so yes, maybe there is quite difference in the ranking, but it's really tough settings, and there's not so not a team that is way much better than the other, and the one which way more with less experience than the others. It's just like it's really tough, and yeah, everything is going really fast, and small details will count. So yeah, it's you have to be really concentrated all the day, which is really hard and really tiring. So
Yeah, because I mean, we just want to remind everybody that speaking right next to me here is Morgan Laubert, and he was sailing on the Swiss boat. He's been sailing all week. You got a break today. They let you. They decided you worked hard enough, or what was going on?
yeah, they want me to recover for the final if we go, I guess. And no, the real reason is that we are 11 now in the Swiss team for this event. And on the SSL 47 we have to sail on with 9 people on board. So there is 2 members of the team that is off, and one is standby to be standby to get ready if someone is have a problem, have to change, and yes. So today is my day off, and I'm trying to recover as much as I can, because we had 2 days in strong winds, which is really physical. This boat is quite physical, so the more in shape you are, the more difference you will do on the coffee grind and so on. So
Yeah, so obviously the most physical position is grinding. Is that what you were doing?
So me, I was a floater. So I was helping the mainsail trimmer to trim the mainsail on the upwind, and then on the maneuver to set and to drop the spinnaker, I was going on the coffee grind, and I was ready to help at anywhere at any time if there is a problem. That's a bit the role of the floater. To be ready to
help everybody.
Yes. So because
exactly. So you'll be on the grinder, you'll be on the main shit on the main sheet.
Exactly. Yeah, you are like the flying ends, and you help.
Yeah. So you're constantly. I mean, you're always working basically.
Yes. Exactly.
Never get a minute to
to
take in the scenery.
Yeah, and those boats, there's no. Yeah, everyone have to do a lot of things at any time. So. Yeah, you can see how concentrated they are, and
yeah. So let's look at this now. We're seeing that they're again on the left-hand side of the. So it really does look like we've got some pressure on that left-hand side of the left-hand side of the playing field. I mean, generally, when you go upwind on the left, you should be going downwind on the right, right? And it just looks like everybody's favoring that left-hand side, and it looks like the pressure is on the left-hand side.
So yeah, we can see that the 3 first boats have continued to the left side of the course if we are taking from the wind direction. So maybe because they saw that the Croatian have a big gain on
except
the
for
upwind.
Argentina here.
Yes. So now I think that the Scheiben decided to go on the right side, because actually they are last and they have to do something to recover, and they are more in the attack positions. So if they continue a bit just after, and they were following the Estonian, they were
they're just sitting behind there.
Yeah, they were helping the Estonian to keep their position. Now they decide to attack, just to try to pass the Estonian, and also to make the confusion inside the other teams.
Yeah, and also they'll be on starboard.
Yep.
They'll be on starboard when the boats get down to the finishing line.
Yes, exactly. So
this is the finishing line. I mean, we're getting down to the finishing line here of race 6 and of the Fleet 2. Also, I mean, this is getting close, and look at Argentina's. They're coming back on Estonia. It looks like Croatia and Estonia. They're pretty much at the same distance, but look at Argentina. They're coming back, so they may have found some wind over there on the right hand side, and then a little bit of tactics to go on the right hand side. And when we say left and right, I mean we say left and right because we're always imagining that we're looking at the windward mark. So the left hand side as you're going up
through the wind.
is also the left-hand side when you're going downwind.
Yes, exactly.
It doesn't change around. So here we go. Switzerland looking like, looking like they know they've won. They're really, look at that, they're really downwind, huh?
Great job, guys. So now they know that they have done what they had to do, just win the race. And
yeah, look at that.
They are happy. And,
they're happy. Yeah, they did it. That's good job. With quite a lead. 90 meters.
Yeah, but big recovery from the Croatian.
Yeah, big recovery. Yeah, they were last.
Yeah, and now they're second with just a few meters. And now fight between the third and fourth.
Yeah, let's see what's going on back there.
I think they will have
Argentina and Estonia. There is a fight.
So no, they couldn't. They are not just in front enough to have the starboard advantage. So yeah, but really nice job from all teams.
Look at that. We're talking about like 30 meters after 45 minutes of racing. I mean, this is so close.
Yes, it's amazing how the race is so intense, and yeah, there is not much distance between the first and the fourth, and it's this all the weeks and all races, so that's amazing.
Yeah, so it's just non-stop. It's going on. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. We've just finished race number 6 here of fleet number 2. As you can tell, they were already starting to get the sailbags out because we will be changing fleets. We will now have fleet number 1 change on the boats. And what they do is, you can see the motorboats are going right next to the sailboats, and we're gonna have a change of teams. Change of teams are coming up, so we will have fleet number 1 that will be joining the boats. We're gonna have Team Brazil that's coming out there, Oman, Hungary, and Israel, and Team Brazil. Wow, Team Brazil. I mean, we knew they were strong coming into this competition, but they have won every single race of the week.
Yeah, so far they didn't let the chance of the other teams to win a race, and that's just amazing. The job that they were doing.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of this, right now, let's check out the highlights from yesterday. I mean, it was amazing.
We have a go for main engine start. Main engine start. 4.
Day 3 of the second SSL Gold Cup test event opened with quite a long wait ashore and on the water for the 4 teams racing in Fleet 1. In the late afternoon, finally the wind settled, and after a fair race with light southern breeze, Brazil was able to add yet another win to the previous 4, and now is mathematically in the Sunday 4-boat final.
There's a whole lot of teamwork as well involved with every maneuver, but I think I'm enjoying a lot that we need everybody is essential on board, and we need them to every single maneuver. So I think we have a very good feeling with the team, and getting on this week with a good breeze and good sunshine here in Switzerland, it's been amazing.
The fight for a second ticket to access the final is tight. Oman and Hungary are tied at 14 points, and tomorrow's race will decide who will join Brazil in the final and who will sail with Israel in the petit finale. In Fleet 2, Croatia got the bullet, while Switzerland, leader of the group last night, had the worst race so far, also due to a penalty. They finished last and are now tied for first with Croatia. Tomorrow's race will determine the best of the week, but both of these teams look pretty soundly on their way to the final on Sunday, leaving Argentina and Estonia in the petit finale. 2 more races for each fleet tomorrow, with the first warning signals scheduled at 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SSL Gold Cup, to the second ever test event here in Switzerland on the wild lake of Neuchâtel. So it's been a light one today. We've had changing conditions all week, and we've just finished race number 6 of fleet number 2. So in this fleet number 2, we had Switzerland that finished in first place, Croatia, Argentina, and then Estonia. And it looks like the 2 top teams of this fleet have again finished at the 2 top spots of the race. So this is race 6. And what we're going to do now is we're going to have, so here we go. Yep. So here you go. This week, obviously, you see Switzerland and Croatia have pretty much been duking it out the whole time, exchanging first place and second place pretty regularly. There we go. We see Switzerland again winning this race number 6. So they've got one more race they need to do, and that race is going to happen today at the end of the day. Right now we're changing fleets. We're going to have fleet number 1 come in, and as you just saw in the highlights of yesterday, we've got Team Brazil, which is going to be in that fleet, and in the same fleet, we've got Team Oman, Team Hungary, and Team Israel. And Team Brazil, like I was just saying, with Morgan Lauber, which is sitting right next to me. He's been sailing on the Swiss boat. Morgan, thank you very much for being next to me. And wow, that Team Brazil, just unbelievable. They won every single race.
Yeah, that's really amazing the job that they are doing. And yeah, we are really excited to sail against them maybe on the final if we can pass today. And yes, they are just showing how you have to do the thing, and yeah, it's quite amazing. And
yeah, it's pretty amazing. So they've got 5 points because they've won the 5 races. So 1 point, first place, you get 1 point. It's pretty much who's got the least amount of points. And in second place and third place, we actually have a tie.
Yes.
Between Team Oman and Team Hungary. So really what we're looking at here today, I mean, we're expecting Brazil to be in front, but we're looking for a big battle between Oman and Hungary, because that's going to determine who's going to the finals tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. And maybe you have to keep an eye on Team Israel also, because if the 2 boats, Team Oman and Team Hungary, are fighting each other, maybe they will have to, they will just forget Team Israel, and they will do some nice job and pass and recover all the points that they have to.
Yeah.
So because there is two races today, so everything can happen. So yeah, nothing is played so far. So
yeah, exactly. So all this is coming up. The changes are being made right now. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a real quick break here, and then we'll be back for race number 6 of fleet number 1.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4. for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SSL Gold Cup. We are about to start the second race of the day for this test event here on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. And as you can see here, we've got the boats that are just getting ready to start this race. We are 4 minutes away from the start, and we have already made the changes from this morning. So this afternoon, we are going to have Team Brazil, which is going to be sailing with us. We also have Team Oman, Team Hungary, and Team Israel. As you can see, Team Brazil has been absolutely annihilating the competition this week with nothing but first places. And speaking of Team Brazil, I have with me right next to me right here is Henrik Haddad. Henrik, welcome to the booth, and thank you very much for coming up here and speaking with everybody this afternoon. How are you doing?
Thank you for you. It is a pleasure to be here. Hello everybody. I think it would be nice to see what's gonna happen outside. We have a good breeze, so it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, we've got a good breeze, and this morning the first race was pretty light. It looks like the wind has now absolutely picked up. I think we're looking between 15 and 20 knots out there, so we're definitely going to be having an exciting second race.
Yeah, for sure. I think gonna see some planing conditions on the downwind. So I think we're gonna have some good fun out there.
Yeah, for sure. We can't wait to see those boats just tearing it up on the downwind. So here we go. We're 2 minutes 30 seconds to the start, and everybody right now is pretty much preparing themselves, trying to figure out what side of the line they should probably go on and what side of the race course they should be going on. I mean, what do you do when you're in this race situation here? 2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah. Now it looks like that they are looking for some start around the pin, because if you check the Brazilian boat, they are a bit more to the leeward side of the line. So they're coming back to check the Oman boat, but probably they are looking for one start at the pin. Let's see what's gonna happen. Today we have the same wind direction from the first day, and the first day the left side was better in the beginning, so probably they are looking for it.
Yeah. And Henrik, you're the coach actually for Team Brazil.
Yes, I am. I sailed in the first days with them, but now after that I start to watch them from the rib. It was nice to see how they improve as a team the last few days. So it was quite interesting.
Yeah, and you have also quite the pedigree. I mean, you're a two-time world champion, and congratulations, you are world champion 2021 in the SB20 class. So that's great. And you've also 2 Olympic participations. So we're looking forward to hearing what you have to tell us here. So let's take a look at this. I mean, we're 50 seconds to the start.
Yeah, for sure. The Brazilian team, they are looking for I start at the pin. So looks like they are already in the ley line.
Looks like we've got a boat that's just squeezing right in there.
Yeah, probably Oman and Hungarian team, they are fighting. They're in the middle of the line. So gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna manage to.
Yeah, now we can see that lure boat. That would be the boat that is to the right of your screen. I mean, he's pretty much got he's in a good position there. He can stop everybody from rolling down onto the onto the starting line. And you see, here we go, 4 seconds. And so he's stopped everybody, and now he's pulling away. He's getting some speed, and he's looking like he's going to be getting the most amount of speed. And guess what? That's Team Brazil. So great start for Team Brazil.
Yes, really, really great start from them. Nice time and distance from them. So
Yeah, and they managed to block the other two boats. We could see the other two boats back there just struggling to be able to get some clean air. And Team Brazil right there, it's got clean air. They don't have anybody bothering them.
Yeah, problems. Some I did not see, but problems. Some protest around.
Are we having a protest? We're looking to see if the jury boat is protesting. So basically the way a protest works, each one of the boats has got a red flag on it. And as soon as they put up that red flag, that means I am protesting. And at that point, the jury boat, the motorboat, the little motorboat that you're seeing back there, there's two of them. And they follow up behind the boats. And once they get behind the boats, they actually decide whether that protest is valid or not valid. And they give a green flag if it's valid, or a red flag if they have to do the protest, and a black flag if that team is eliminated. So if they do get a red flag, if we see a red flag, we're going to be seeing a boat having to do one tack and one jibe.
Yes, exactly.
So we say one tack and one jibe, and we don't say one turn, because effectively you don't necessarily have to do a 360 degrees to do one tack and one jibe. That's just a little bit of technical info for all you guys out there that are racing. And you probably already know that anyway.
Yeah. Now interesting to see, we have two boats going to the right side and two boats going to the left. So I think it's gonna be a nice fight with Hungary and Oman. They are fighting for the second place in the group, so gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna see each other.
Yeah, and I mean, like you say, Oman and Team Hungary, they're tied for second place. So I mean, this is a real big battle. There's two more races, right? So this is race 6. After this, there will be race 7, and we're gonna keep the same guys on the boat. So we're still going to have Team Brazil, Team Oman, Hungary, and Israel out there. So this is the first of their 2 races that they're doing today. But like I said, Oman and Hungary, they're tied for second place. And that's going to decide who's going to the finals tomorrow, or the big finals or the small finals. So it's really, Team Brazil, they're already qualified. They've gotten first place every single race they've done so far. So they're qualified for the finals. We know that. Mathematically speaking, they're already in there. Now we're just looking at Team Oman and Team Hungary. That's really what we're look at them over there. They're sailing together because they know they've got to beat one another. So they don't really care if Brazil is out in front. What they have to do is they've got to get one in front of the other.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see 2 races. We're gonna see one race, Hungary against Oman, and the other race we're gonna be from all 4 boats. So let's see what's gonna happen, how they're gonna manage.
I think Brazil is gonna try to.
Yeah, I think Brazil is gonna try to go forward. They're gonna try to go for
show their supremacy and just make sure that everybody knows who the boss is out there.
I know my team. They're gonna be competitive until the end. They don't wanna do some mistakes. They're gonna keep going and keep fighting. Let's see now. Oman just stack it from the right side of the course. From the GPS, looks like that they are quite in front of the Brazilian team. Normally we have more pressure in the left side, but they shifted. It's going to the right, around close to the mark, around there. So
because the wind is it's just come in. The winds are strong right now, but they've just come in, so they aren't exactly quite settled yet. So we're still looking at a sort of a shifty race course, patches of more wind left and right. So anything can really happen.
Yeah, and remember, we are here from the television watch, so it's always difficult to see what is happening there. But looks like they are still close.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it is very close.
And looks like Oman and Hungarian team, they are coming in front of the Israeli team, so we're gonna be interested to see when the Brazilian boat are gonna attack.
Yeah, and let's talk about Israel, because Israel, they're currently sitting in 4th place, but they're only 3 points behind the second place team. So you got to watch out for Israel, because Israel, And if they do 2 very good races, they could be back in. They
Yeah.
could be back into the
Yeah,
race.
yeah, for sure. Because we have, let's say, he can manage to catch up 4 points if they got first and Brazil second and
Yeah.
someone third.
So Israel is not out of contention. They are currently sitting in 4th place, but they can definitely be back into this. And here we go.
Yeah, looks like that Oman come in a good position from the right side, huh?
Yeah, I didn't see that. Were they a little bit ahead?
Looks like that they are a bit in front of the Hungarian team, and we have Brazil probably gonna have a cross soon with the fleet. Let's see if they're gonna go in front or.
Yeah, we can see right there. We can see the mainsail trimmer, and as you can tell, he's working on that on the placement basically of there you see he's releasing the main sheet track, and he's lowering that because it is quite powerful out there, and they need to take a little bit of power off.
Looking the position of the traveler of the main, he probably gonna have some wind, some good breeze out there, because
yeah. So every time he's bringing that traveler back up, that's because the wind is just slowly. It's just, I wouldn't say died down, but as
drop it a bit.
Dropped a little bit,
yeah.
And then every time he eases that traveler and it goes back down to the bottom of the boat, that's because they've got too much pressure. And too much pressure on that mainsail means that the skipper has to correct the direction of the boat, and that slows the boat down. So the driver, the skipper, he's counting on those guys to be able to set those sails correctly and not slow that boat down. And in these puffy conditions, it's really something that's really teamwork. We're seeing that teamwork.
Yeah. But the skipper should be talking almost like he should be talking how it's going, how is the
constantly have communication.
Yeah, he's keep communication with the main trim and also with the jib, because they play a lot with the jib as well. So let's say that these 3 guys they should be talking almost constantly.
Yeah, almost constantly. I mean, there are 9 people on this boat, right? So everyone has a job, and everyone has a very specific job, and that they've got to be doing that. I mean, it's not like your average sailing. You set your sails and you follow the wind. No, they're constantly working on making the small adjustments to get the balance between power and speed in order for those boats to go as fast as they can. And if you look here on these onboards, you're seeing they're constantly.
And we can see also João Ciorini just next to Robert. He's our tactician, and
he's the one with the white cap, right?
Yeah. And he's also helped the trimmer with. He's always calling the puffs and the shifts. So he's always talking about the. How you're gonna sail the boat, if you should go fast or high.
Yeah, rather in high mode. So that would mean a little bit slower but closer to the mark.
Yeah,
or low mode where you're really putting on the power.
Yeah, or after the start, they were probably in the high mode to catch up to close the gap with the Israeli boat. So
yeah, we can see they're working a little bit less on the traveler here, huh?
Yeah, probably they are in a good set, and also Buchecha, he likes to work a bit more with the main sheet. And also he play a lot with the running. So we have one guy, the pitman, that it is Juninho.
Mm-hmm.
He probably he's working as well, like playing with the running.
Yeah, with the backstays, basically.
With the backstay, yeah.
No, he's running with the backstays. So the backstays, that's a cable that's going from the back of the boat to pretty much 3/4 of the way up the mast.
Yeah,
and that's able to pull the mast back in to release some of that pressure. So they're not only are they working on the sail, but they're also working on the mast in order to relieve that pressure.
Yes. now we can see the Oman team. They were.
Yeah, because if you work on the mast, you're directly influencing your sail.
Yeah, sure.
So that's something that I mean, at this level of sailing, we're not just, you know, pulling on a couple ropes here. We're actually adjusting the mast in order to be able to have to work on the sails.
Yeah.
This is
Interesting
Team
to
Oman
see
here.
at Team Oman. They have one guy on the main, and the other the guy helping with the traveler. So it's interesting. They have two guys working on.
Yeah, two guys working. Oh, look at that! Look at that lead. 297 meters for Team Brazil. And I mean, at the helm we do have Robert Scheidt. I mean, none other than Mr. Robert Scheidt.
Yeah.
Right there with his yellow cap or yellow hat. He's got 5 Olympic medals. He's
Yeah.
got 5 Olympic medals, and he is 12 times world champion. I mean, he's just the Godzilla of sailing right there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting for us. Now we can see Gabriel, our Jeep trim. He's going there probably just to check it out the Jeep how it
Yeah,
is.
just to see what the
he
Jeep
has
looks
he
like.
has in his rents the Jeep sheet and also the Jeep car.
The
So
Jeep
he's
car, yeah.
always playing with both of them. But it is interesting for us to be part of a team with Robert, because we usually just see him as a sailor, and now we can work together. So it's interesting to see how he see the team and how he.
Yeah, he's team captain.
Yeah.
He's the team captain, yeah. And I think this is something which is absolutely unbelievable, and this is what makes this event just crazy, is because the SSL is actually, for the very first time, you were able to bring people from the same country to sail together on a boat. And pretty much you've been fighting, I mean, everybody has been sailing against one another their whole lives, and now they got to work together as a team in order to try to win this. And I mean, it's got to be a mental game. It's got to be quite challenging. It's got to be so strange, you know. You've been enemies for years, and now you got to be teammates.
Yeah, it is interesting. Actually, Joca and Robert, Joca, our tactician, and Robert, they usually sail laser against each other. So probably they did many races against each other.
Yeah, now they
And
find
now they
themselves
are sailing together, and one of them is a tactician and the other is a helm. So it's interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to remind everybody that we're looking at a test event. This is the second test event that is being held here in Grandson, Switzerland. This basically allows everybody to see what the race format is. That we have everybody, the technical teams, the short teams, the race committee, ourselves. It's a test for everybody for the main event that will be happening next year in 2022. And so it's a good practice run to get everybody up to date and to see what's going on. But the format is just unbelievable, because what it's doing is really it's allowing anybody from Brazil, as long as you're one of the best sailors, you could be one of the best laser sailers, you could be 18 years old, and you'll get an invitation to try out for the team. And that's really what's amazing. It's really allowing for anybody anybody who's got the skill levels to be able to come up here and participate.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be really interesting to see how the teams are gonna be competitive here. So because we have to manage to have the ranking list here, and we have to manage to have a good team, because we have to understand how to play with these rules. And also we're gonna have the same boats, this format of just 4 boats sailing in a fleet. So it is quite interesting as well, because it's not a really fleet race, and we have this format that just 2 boats from the group gonna pass, and tomorrow we're gonna have just 1 race
exactly.
for
So
the
we're
final.
going to
So it is. I think we're gonna be really fun, and we're gonna be an amazing event next year.
Definitely is going to be an amazing event, and I mean, just look at what's happening now.
Interesting. Hungarian team in second, and Israel third, and Oman just close to them. Gonna be interesting to see the.
Well, yeah, going to be interesting to see how it's all going to finish. So this is the first windward leg. We've just finished the first windward leg. They're now going to go down for their first downwind leg, and as you can see, what happens here is you're looking at, we've got these yellow markers, and that's the windward buoy. That's the offset that they've just gone around. And basically that's done, that's prevented to have that little beam reach. That's just to avoid the boats coming straight back down and running into one another. Basically, that's all it's there for.
Yeah, it looks like that Israel had some problems
with putting up their spinnaker. You're right. Oh, it looks like what's going on there? Oh, the retrieval line. I think there's a problem with the retrieval line there.
Yesterday they already had some problem with this.
Oh no, and now the kite's going into the water. This is terrible. No. There we go. All right. Okay, they've managed to sort the problem. But they just lost. They just lost a whole bunch. They lost a bunch.
Yeah, and probably now they are out of the game from the final. The fight is gonna be between Oman and Hungarian team.
Yeah, but we still got one more lap.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
Anything could happen. We can see right there. I mean, you can see the puffs out on the water. So if you see just between the boats there, that dark spot, that means we've got a little bit more wind. So they've seen it. I mean, if we're seeing it, they've seen it.
Yeah, and it looks like they had a wind shift to the left, because it looks like they are quite close to the, let's say they have 90% the time is starboard side, and then just
10% on port.
Yeah,
definitely. Like we said in the beginning, I mean, the wind has not yet. I mean, the wind has just come in, so we're expecting pretty shifty conditions, strong conditions. We're looking at 15 to 20 knots. So it'd be interesting to get some to get some on boards there and see if we can't. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. That's cruising. That's Martin Rail right there.
Yeah. Martin, he's doing the grind.
Martina's grinding, I mean.
Grinding, yeah.
She's a powerful girl.
Yeah.
That's a tough position to be in.
Yeah.
Oh, and when the tough gets going, here we go.
They are probably close to do some jive.
Henry Boning.
Yeah,
that's the powerhouse right there.
Nobody has a grinder
as powerful as him. Yeah.
As Magila.
Magila is his nickname.
Yeah, probably they are going to the jibe now, because we saw Kayana.
Yeah, she's going to be releasing.
Yeah, she's going to release the
leeward
sheet of the kite.
Yeah, and then we're going to see I don't know, what do you think? They're going to be two on that coffee grinder for this jibe?
Yeah.
Probably.
Jacques, our tactician, he came to join Magila.
Okay.
Also when
look at the speed of those boats. I mean, just unbelievable. They're cruising. Look at that, all the way a little bit further back.
Yeah, I think they are already planning. They are close to.
Yeah, I mean, you could really tell there's wind out there from these shots. There we go. Israel,
we have different ways to.
Israel is back.
Yeah, and we can see that Hungarian team they have the jib up, and Oman keep the jib down. So different ways to play. We can see that the Hungarian team now has a good pressure. Huh?
Yeah, look at that. We can really see the pressure there. Wow, look at that bow wave. Woof. They're flying.
I think the wind is increasing quick, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like 18 knots, but now it does. I mean, look at that. Now the guys in the back.
Yeah, they're going for the jibe. Let's see.
All right, this is going to be interesting.
Oops.
Oh, this looks pretty
Oh,
good.
that's good, huh?
That looks pretty good. They didn't put the kite in the water. They managed to jibe the jib and the spinnaker.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, that's a great angle right there. You can't see the white caps quite as well from this angle, but you can definitely tell they're going fast. Yep. So right now Brazil is our leader again. Hungary, Oman, and Israel they're duking it out. It's a really interesting race. And how much does body weight, and body positioning in these conditions? How
I
important
think
is
they
that?
are. Yeah, I think they are playing with this. Today morning we were talking about it, how to play with because they are probably on the edge of be like planning or just going down. So I think they are playing with it. If you can see now, they are a bit more forward than before.
Yeah.
So I think they are playing with some problem, huh? They just jibe.
Oh, what's
I
going
don't know.
on here? We've got the spinnaker halyard that's come down. Did somebody touch the wrong?
Look,
I think that was
they
just a mistake. Which team is that?
Israel.
Okay, Team Israel. Yes. Okay, we're telling me that's Team Israel. Yeah, but they had that problem earlier when they put their spinnaker up.
Yeah, probably.
Could that be part of that problem? I mean, do you think they haven't solved it yet?
I don't know. I couldn't see, but maybe.
I mean, they're having a tough time. I mean, we can really see it here. There's quite a bit of distance between Oman and Israel. Got a good 300 meters. Here we go.
Yeah.
Brazil has now gotten down to the leeward gate and is now coming back up. So leeward gate, that means that basically they can choose which mark they want to turn around.
Yes, and now they choose the left side. They probably, I don't know if
There we go.
was
We
a short
can
way.
see that gate right there. So they have to pass between the two buoys, but they can either take the left-hand side or the right-hand side. And that's done for one main reason, and that's safety.
Yeah, sure.
So if we have
Probably
too
they
many
chose
boats,
the left side because was a bit more close.
yeah, I mean, obviously they're by themselves,
but
so they have the option.
it is interesting because the last upwind was a bit more. They had more pressure to the left side, but now they choose to start the upwind to the right side. Let's see. It could be a good opportunity to Oman, or Oman gonna go in the same. But
yeah, you can definitely tell there's a little more wind. Now that was a little
Yeah.
tougher to get that spinnaker in,
Yeah.
and they're still don't have that jib quite all the way in, and they're. Hungary definitely had a little bit of a tough time. Oman's not taking any chances. They've dropped that spinnaker early.
Yeah, it looks like they did quite early, but saved maneuver now.
Yeah, I mean they obviously they're.
Yeah, because they still in the game because they still have this one more lap and also one more race. So.
And it doesn't look as though we are going to get a course change. It looks like the course is going to stay the same. I'm just going to check right here to see what race info we're getting. But it looks like we will be continuing with the same distance, which was 2.6 kilometers. The track, and we should be staying with the same layout. So it doesn't look like, even though it is shifty, it doesn't look like it's changed that much, and they're going to keep the the same upwind marker is not going to change places. Here we go. Israel is now come back. Oh, that's looking tough. Oh,
Yeah.
she's a 470 sailor.
Yes.
She's a powerful girl. She's got quite the power there, and
Yeah, I think
we're seeing
they have
girls actually on this.
many 470 sailors on board, and it's nice to see one girl doing the grinding. So because it's heavy, but I think the team Israel, they have I think less almost 100 kilos from the limit, so they are quite light.
Yeah, I mean it's great that we see these girls, you know, that are over there. And her name is Shahar Tibi, and she's a 470 specialist. She was at the 2021 Tokyo Olympics, and she finished in 8th place. So that's, I mean, anytime you go to the Olympics, that's already pretty amazing. To finish in the top 10, that's a very, very good result for her. So we're definitely we've got some. It's great to, as you said, it's great to see the girls that are also on those difficult physical condition places. You know, that grinder. I mean, maybe you could tell us a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite heavy. Let's say that I cannot do it with my. So it's, for me it's quite heavy. For me, it is impossible for someone with my size to do it. So.
No, you could definitely have to have a lot of power, and when you're at that grinder, I mean, it's not just power. It's not just power. I mean, you've got, first of all, there's 3 different speeds at which you can turn the winches, because to remind what these things are for. I mean, what's happening is basically those grinders, they're turning the winches. The winches, all the winches that are on board, except for the backstay. So they've got 3 different speeds. So you've got to manage the speeds at which you're turning those things, and then you've got buttons on the floor, and you can select which ones you're turning.
Yeah, for sure, he has to know how to sail and how to play with the boat, because let's say at the bottom mark, he has to play to choose. He has to start with the retriever, and then he has to change to the main. So
yeah, and then perhaps maybe even finish with the jib.
And then probably finish with the jib. So
yeah, so it's yeah, there's quite a lot going on there. It doesn't look like it. I mean, it just looks like they're turning those wheels, and it does look difficult, but it's just much more. It's a lot finer than just brute force, basically.
Yeah.
And as you see, there's 9 people on the boat. I mean, there's a reason why there are 9 people on the boat. It's because everybody's got a very specific job.
And we have also an interesting thing, because if Magilla keep the bottom down, he can from now he's hiking, but he can also tie the jib, because if he round the.
There we go, Magilla, huh? Henry Boning, right there with the number 3. Yeah, so he's got the winch handle inside the winch, and he's hanging on to that. So needless to say, if that winch handle goes, he's in the water.
Yeah. Let's say that they have a good breaking point, huh?
Yeah, and obviously we're testing that right now.
Yeah.
So and as you see, we don't have any foot straps in those boats. So what they're doing is they're using the sheets, the main sheets. They're using the jib tracks and pretty much anything they can hold on to.
It's quite physical. It's not easy to.
And if we look at Mario here, number 6, who's all the way at the front of the boat, the rule says that you can hike out and hold on to the shrouds no higher than 30 centimeters.
Yeah, we should just take down there.
So you can't hang out. You can't stand up and just hang out, because that's just not allowed. And another thing that's not allowed is you can't put your feet over the boat.
Yeah.
Or over the boat.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day, in the star class, I mean, talking like 40s, 50s, people used to hang outside the boat. because they didn't have hiking straps back then. But so anyway, we can't do that here. Everybody's got to hold on to a rope or something.
And if you see, we are missing someone. We are missing our bowman. Alfredo probably is working with the kite. He's probably keep the kite ready to the
so he's inside the boat.
He's
basically
inside. Yeah.
He's getting everything ready. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, we're definitely missing somebody. So he's just getting that kite ready.
Yeah, we can see now.
Sure.
We can see Gabriel and Bochecha hiking with the main and the jib sheet.
Yeah, those jib sheets, main sheets. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
We can see Jacques, our tactician. He's releasing out the retriever of the spinnaker of the kite. It is that rope that he was, because probably Alfredo is down there
trying to pull on it and it's not coming. So it looks like everything is pretty much under control there. They're leading the other pack. Basically, they've set themselves up between the other boats and the windward mark. And so now they're controlling the fleet.
Yeah. They're in a really good position, let's say.
And we still get that fight between Hungary and Oman.
Yeah, but I think the fight is gonna be in the last race, because even if each other pass, even if Oman pass to the second place, and now we can see Alfredo is back, so probably everything ready to the
there
last.
We go. Yep, he's back. Our 9th guy, he's back.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's pretty happy to get some fresh air.
yes, for sure. Because down there, it's quite dark and hot.
Yeah, these boats are fully carbon boats. I mean, everything is carbon: the hull, the mast, the boom. So yeah, it definitely gets hot in there. Definitely gets hot. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the second ever test event of the SSL Gold Cup, which will be happening next year. So this is really a test event for everybody. It's a test event for the teams. It's a test event for us, you, me, the onshore crew, everybody's getting tested. And if you're watching this live right now with us, well, welcome and congratulations, because you are seeing the very first live of this SSL Gold Cup that's been going on. And make sure that you join us tomorrow, because tomorrow is the finals of this second test event. So basically what we're looking at here is this is the 6th race of a 7-race series for this fleet of boats. And what I mean by this fleet of boats is all week long, Israel, Oman, Hungary, and Brazil have all been fighting against one another, sailing against one another. And this is the 6th race that they've been doing this week. And they're going to have, directly after this one, their 7th race. After that, we're going to switch everything up, and we're going to go back to the other race fleet that we have, that we saw actually sail this morning, which is Fleet 2. And in that fleet, we've got Team Croatia, Team Switzerland, Argentina, and Estonia. So they've already done their race 6 this morning, and they're going to be doing their race number 7 this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us, and please keep on watching and make sure you stay with us tomorrow for the finals of this second test event. And here we go. We've got attack. Something's going on.
Yeah, probably they are close to the ley line, or actually in the ley line. So they are going to do the last mark before the last down-in. We can see Gabriel playing with the jib car.
Yeah, adding a little bit of power on there, bringing that jib car up, putting some more power. Here we go. We've got our jib trimmer, so he's got the jib sheet, and as
the
well
jib,
as
actually
jib
the jib
cart.
up the Actually,
All right, there we go. Those are our two 470. The two girls that were sailing on the 470, and Martine Grail is right there, and along with Kahina Kunz, and they are, I'm sorry, not, what did I say, 470? No, they're 49er. They were selling 49ers, and they won they won gold. So those girls won gold at the Tokyo Olympics and also at the Rio Games.
yes.
And you can see what they're holding on to. I mean, they're just, see those feet, they're not attached to anything. They're just holding on to basically that jib
Yeah,
car.
the rope from the jib car, yeah.
Yeah, which is what you see the guy on the right hand side right
No,
there.
actually he has the up and down from the jib and the jib sheet. He has the up and down. You can see in the left part of the video.
Yeah, he's got the up. They've changed sails. They put a smaller sail on at the beginning of this.
Yeah. Probably they are with the jib 2, I think.
Yeah, how many sails do they have?
They have three kind of jib. Yeah, actually one general and 2 jibs.
Yeah,
jibs
a
and
medium and a heavy.
Yeah,
correct?
medium and a heavy. Yes.
Okay, here we go. Getting up to the windward mark with a comfortable lead.
Yes.
Doesn't look like the others have been able to keep up. So Martine and Kahina, yeah, just absolutely unbelievable. These two girls have been Kahina Kunz right there that you see with the number 4. They've been working together for years.
Yeah, they are heroes now in Brazil. They are heroes with two gold medals in a row. They are now you can see Maguila and Joca. Joca joined Maguila to help the.
There we go.
Yeah.
You see when they go back like that. There you go.
Yeah.
And you can see how they're shifting the gears. So in one way, they're going to be, let's say, in 3rd gear. They go back the other way. They're in 2nd, and again and again and again.
Yeah.
There we go, 2nd place. Now coming up to the windward mark. One more tack. They're going to have to ease out those sails a little bit. We can see they're easing the main first, right? And that's going to help them to keep the power, keep the speed, and allow them to bear away. So next time you're sailing on your boat, kids, make sure you bear away with the mainsail. You open the mainsail first and then the jib. That way we make sure that you keep your speed. We can see the number 1 there is getting ready. And as soon as they get there, they're probably already pulling up the spinnaker a little bit here. There we go. And get to the mark. Spinnaker goes up. Drop the jib. And then
they have some problem with the spinnaker pole and they come back. Now I'm trying to.
Is that the tack? The tack hasn't gone all the way out to the end of the spinnaker
or maybe
pole?
the spinnaker pole, something happened.
Yeah, it took quite a bit of time for them to get that spinnaker up.
But they still have some advantage from the Oman boat, so.
Yeah, they've got a pretty big lead. So right now, Hungary is in front of Oman, and Israel is bringing up the rear. So this is a really good one for Hungary. They were tied for 2nd, and after this race, they're going to be. They're looking like they might go to the finals, and we'll still have one race after this. But for the time being, it's looking like it's going to be Brazil and Hungary to the finals tomorrow, and Oman and Israel to the small final tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what's going on. I mean, there is still one more race.
Yeah, and let's say that all depends of the next race, because Hungarian team is gonna become 1 point in front of Oman. But if Oman beat the Hungarian team in the last race, you're gonna be tied again, and I think they're gonna pass because they're gonna have more second places. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's too hard to tell right now. I mean, we could take out the calculators and start
Yeah.
calculating
We
everything, but
have to.
I think we should just definitely we should concentrate on what these guys are doing. And I mean, it's really interesting to watch the different techniques, and these onboard cameras, they really bring the action really live to us.
Yeah, it's nice to see the different way of sailing the boat and play with the crews.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that some of them were playing more with the jib sheets, main sheets, than the main tracks and everything. I mean, it's just the same boat. I mean, these boats are identical. They're exactly the same, yet they're being sailed completely different.
Yeah, let's say that the crews are gonna make the difference. So it's nice. It's a nice game.
Yeah, it's because remember, guys, all the boats are exactly the same.
Yeah, they're gonna go for jive. See Joca with Maguila.
Here we go.
Kayana releasing the.
There's Martin.
Martini helping the Gabriel with the new.
Getting that spinnaker all the way across the other side.
Nice teamwork.
Good job. That was quick and efficient. I mean, they're basically three people to get that spinnaker from one boat to one side of the boat to the other.
Maybe more, huh? Martini, Kayana, Maguila, Joca.
The number one also back up front. Yeah. So we're looking at 4 guys for one sail.
Yeah.
And then we still have the mainsail, and then you can't forget about the driver because he's got to turn around, and we can't drop the mast either. We've got those shrouds up. Those backstays, sorry, that you can't forget to change those backstays. If you forget to change the backstays, I mean, that's it. Your mast is coming down.
You're gonna be in trouble. Huh?
Yeah, that's the end of your day. Here we go. So, Hungary, 436 meters behind Brazil. Oman another 400 meters back, and behind them is Israel. So Israel isn't too far away from Oman. For the time being, we're looking at just a couple good puffs, and it could be changing the order back there. 100 meters. That's it's a lot, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, it looks like there is many puffs out there, so maybe Israel can manage to catch up the Oman boat, and this is gonna be bad for Oman for the next race, because they're gonna be 2 points behind the Hungarian if they lost to Israel. So I think they go for them now is to keep in front of Israel.
So for the time being, Brazil is on a port tack, and they're the only ones that are on a port tack. So we should be seeing them change relatively quickly. Also, one thing you should know is that the area that all the others are sailing into, though Hungary, Oman, and Israel, they're getting closer and closer to the shore, and it's not very deep over there, because here on Lake Neuchâtel, the whole southern side of the lake doesn't have very much water. It's actually a great spot for kite surfing when we get enough wind. And they got to make sure that they don't go too close to the shore, because they will stick that keel into the sand. So they'll be limited a little bit by the configuration of the race course. And it looks like we do already have Team Hungary that has jibed. We aren't seeing any pictures from Team Hungary, but I believe now we've got several boats that have tagged. Oh, look at that! Look at that!
I think Oman had some problem, or Israel managed to catch up Oman.
Is that Israel in front of Oman? It is. It is. Wow, we were just talking about that. Just takes one puff.
Yes.
One puff. You get a little puff of wind, and you can just cruise right in front of the other boat.
And this is really bad for Oman.
This is bad. Yeah, this is the chances now of Oman in 4th place with Team Hungary now, which is in front of them. That's just going to that's going to change things up. Means maybe Israel now might have a chance.
But looks like
in the next
they are
race.
close, huh? And they still one more drive to the finish line, so we're gonna be interested to see.
So everybody's on port tack now. Everybody's on port tack. And is anybody looking at where the wind is coming from on that boat?
Yeah, probably
Looks like everybody was facing forward. And I can't forget that when you're on a run, the wind is coming from behind you. Where was the tactician there?
Probably Brazil is now on the lay line to the finish line.
So Brazil has just jibed there on the last stretch to the finish line. They're on starboard tack. And I believe that they are going to have to do perhaps 1 or 2 more jibes to get to the finish line. It looks like the wind is shifting a little bit. It looks like the wind is shifting a little bit. So it's not over.
I don't know. They still have 1 more drive. Let's see.
Yeah, there's the finish line. Between the 2 boats.
You can
Look
see
at that.
Martini helping. Here we go. Now
so it's not between the 2 buoys. On those are not the that's the leeward gate. We're going to the finish line. The finish line is just a little bit further. It's between those 2 motorboats that you're seeing at the top of your screen, the top right. Not the one that's moving, obviously. The ones that are still. There we go. They're coming into the finish line now. So yeah, they did have to do another jibe to get there. And it looks like, once again, Brazil has won the race number 6. And they're just absolutely confirming that, you know, they're the best ones out there, at least in this fleet.
Yeah. Let's see tomorrow on the final. But I think they are sailing like quite well, so they are really confident about how to sail with the boat. So
yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable to watch all these guys sail. I mean, you know, there are 9 Olympic medalists that are here this week, and between those 9 people, they've won 18 medals. So we've, you know, it's unbelievable the level of the guys that are over here sailing in Switzerland on Lake Neuchâtel. I mean, the world is now sailing here on Lake Neuchâtel. It's great, and you can go out there. I mean, if you've got a boat, you can go out there and you can check it out. And yeah, if you come over here to Grandson, I mean, you'll see these guys. You can get there. You can talk to them. Oh, here we go. Team Hungary, 2nd place. They're gonna be very happy about this one.
yeah, and now after cross the line, probably they're gonna look behind to check out how the Oman gonna finish.
Yeah, it's tight back there. Israel and Oman, man, they're still fighting it off. There we go. I think they just crossed the line. So let's go back. Let's look at Team Israel here. Team Israel and Hungary. Oh, there's nothing in it. There's nothing in it. It's going to be down to the wire. It's going to be down to the wire. If Israel can get their nose in front, they've got a fighting chance to get to the finals tomorrow. I mean, they're going to have to pull something off. Here we go. Look at Yeah, there we go. Live images. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit more pressure on that boat on the left-hand side of your screen. Remember, they're not going through those two buoys. Those two buoys are not the finishing line. They're going to the two motorboats. So it looks like they're going to have to do... Are they going to have to do one more jibe, or can they do it? Can they get it?
Looks like they are already on the lay line of the...
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, this should be okay. Oh, this is going to be close.
Close, huh?
Now they're
Looks
bearing
like
away to get to the...
Omar.
Who's it going to be? It's so close. And Oman.
Ah.
Oh, Oman just
Nice,
took it back. Wow, that's incredible. Oh, man, it's been
Very important for them to catch up Israel's boats again.
It's back and forth. That was a great fight. That was just an unbelievable downwind.
But
I mean, we
they have
who
to
was
beat
first,
the Hungarian team now in the last race to go to the finals. It's gonna be interesting.
So you see, when the tough gets going, then they just change directions and then they change gears. That's what we're looking at right there. So we're not going to be changing. We're not going to be changing the teams. Teams will stay on their boats. Now they'll get a couple minutes to drink a little bit of water, eat a little snack or something, and then get right back into it. Race committee is not going to give them a whole lot of time before we get race number 7 underway, because don't forget, we still have 2 more races today. These guys still have to race 1 more race, and we got Fleet 1, which has to come back out on the water. So we need to make another switch. After the following race, we need to make another switch, and then we'll get Switzerland back out there, and we'll get all the others to come back out there. Here we go. Brazil, first place again, as we saw. Hungary sitting in at 16 points. So Oman 17, Israel 21st. So that's still in it. I mean, there's 1 point, so Oman can still do something here. They still have the possibility to get to the finals.
Yeah, they still have a chance. Let's say that they have to beat the Hungarian team in the last race because they have more second places, so they have a chance.
They do have a chance, yeah, for sure. I mean, we're not going to take out the calculators and try to figure this out, but yeah. I mean, when there's 1 point between second and third place, and you know that first and second, those are the guys going to the finals tomorrow. It's going to be a big battle. It's going to be a big battle, and it looks like there is quite a bit of wind. If I see, is that some kite surfers that are out there, or some wing surfers that we see right here? So
yeah, there is a wing there.
Looks like there is a wing right there. They're having to pump quite hard, so it's just
Problem in the edge to start fly.
Yeah, they need to get up on their foils. But anyhow, what that means is that there's enough wind out there where these guys think they can start foiling. So it's looking good. The wind is keeping up. It's a little bit less strong, I think, than what it was. But we still got a whole bunch of racing, and we're gonna get right back into this. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a little bit of a break. Time for you to go get your favorite beverage and come back and check out the rest of the racing. Henrik, thank you very much for commentating right along with me, and off to the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4. have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second race of this fleet. So we're looking at race number 7 of this second test event here on Lake Neuchâtel for the SSL Gold Cup. The SSL Gold Cup, which will be held next year in 2022 here on Lake Neuchâtel, and the finals being held in Geneva. I have with me Mr. Henrik Haddad, a double world champion and 2-time participant in the Olympic Games. Henrik, how are you doing?
All good. Thank you to be here. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you. So let's see what's gonna happen in the last race.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting. So here we go. We're looking at the provisional overalls. As we can see, Brazil absolutely dominating. They've won every single race they've been out this week. And again, race number 6 that we just had, they just won it. We got Hungary and Oman with the total points of 16 and 17. And now this is the interesting part, because to get into tomorrow's finals, we're taking only the top 2 boats. So obviously Brazil, they're going to the finals tomorrow. We know that. But between Hungary and Oman, it's going to be a real battle, because there's only 1 point separating them, and at the beginning of last race they were tied. So we see that Hungary has got a slight lead, but if Oman beats Hungary and Hungary comes in last, I mean, we're probably looking at Oman going to the finals. So this is going to be an exciting one. Israel is a little bit further behind. Unless they win, it's going to be very tough for them to get into the finals. But anything can happen. Anything can happen on this 7th race of the week, the 7th and final race of the week. And after this one, we've got one more race, and we'll see a team switch. We're going to have all the teams switch over in about 45 minutes from now. We're looking at 45-minute race course, and that's what we'll be looking at. We're at 35 seconds to the start. And it's looking like some of those boats are a little bit early.
Yeah,
is that Hungary right
looks
there?
like they are fighting for the pin now. The Hungarian boat and also
Hungarian
the Brazilian
boat is definitely trying to stay in there. Huh? They don't want Brazilian boat is behind. Oh, we haven't seen that before.
Looks like the Brazilian boat, they are a bit late.
7 seconds. We're gonna get a great view here. Starting line is between the 2 orange flags. 2, 1. Oh, is that gonna be an early start? Or is that a clear start?
No,
they were over early.
This
is terrible. They're stuck between 2 boats, and the only thing they can do is now stop. There it is. There we go. So you see that white flag with the blue cross? That's an individual restart. Individual restart, yes. So they need to go back.
This is going to be interesting, because now Oman, they have a good chance to pass now. If they,
so it's looking like,
because the Hungarian boat had to come back. It's going to be tough to them to come back to the race.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for them to get back into the race. So now they've had to go back. So Hungary has had to go back. They've had to recross the starting line, and obviously they're going to go to the right-hand side. I mean, that's pretty much the option they have at this point. And the other 3 boats, they're just fighting it out right now. What they're trying to do is they're going into that low mode. They're going into that low mode right now, and that's basically this is a drag race. This is a drag race right here. It's whoever is the fastest. Whoever's going to be the fastest is going to get some clear wind. And obviously Brazil being underneath all those boats, they can manage to squeeze. They're really in a very, very good position. That boat in the middle is probably in the worst position. As you can see, they're dropping. They're just slowly dropping behind. They're getting bad air from Brazil on there. They don't quite have the bad air from the Israel team, but Oman, they're they're stuck in there.
Yeah, it looks like the Brazil, they are doing a high mode now to trying to do some bad air in
yeah,
Oman.
they're trying to squeeze Oman out. Oman is stuck between those two boats. They can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Look, they're looking. They're like, we got to get out of here. We gotta attack.
But I think they cannot, because
they can't attack. They've got a boat to windward, and they can't attack. Yeah, you can see they're just falling. And Brazil again. They're fast. They're fast and high. So they've managed to get Oman out of there. Israel now is trying to go low. So they're trying to go as fast as they can. They don't need to go high. They just need to go fast. They need to keep up with that Brazilian boat. And as soon as Israel is going to be in the bad air of Brazil, they're going to attack over, which is going to then give the chance for Oman to change sides.
Yeah, I think they are now close to...
Brazil is leading the dance.
Yes. Let's say that the things are not so hard to the Brazil now.
There, you see Oman going a little bit low. I'm sure they want to attack as soon as they can. There we go. They're attacking. And of course, Israel is going to attack right on top of them. Because remember, Israel can technically still get back into this race. And Oman, wow, with a double tack. Is Israel going to go back? No, I don't think so. You lose so much speed. Every time you tack, you just lose so much speed. And Oman, they just can't get...
Hungarian already...
They're
gain a lot of meters against Oman.
Again, they're in that bad air. Oman is just... There's nothing they can do right now. Which is giving a great chance for Hungary to come back.
Yes.
Now this is the thing. When you have two boats that are fighting against one another, okay,
let's see how Oman now are gonna play with Hungarian team, because remember they have to beat the Hungarian team.
You know, it's great to win the battle, but it's better to win the war. So their little battle that they're having right now just gave the opportunity for Hungary to come back in.
Yes.
And Hungary, I mean, they're not out of it. They're only 128 meters behind, 130 meters. We gotta wait for the downwind.
Yeah, but I'm looking here the score. Oman, they have to be second in this race, because otherwise, if they finish third with Hungarian fourth, they're gonna tie, and Hungarian, you're gonna beat them, because it's Hungarian, they have more third places than Oman.
So I've just been told that we have a big wind shift here on the race course.
Yeah, looks like that we had a big left shift to the Brazilian boat.
Yeah.
Normally the left side from the course, there is more
so if
wind.
the wind shifts left, you need to be on the left-hand side, which is not so good for the Hungarian boat. Or did the Hungarian boat come back? Maybe we can see that on the on our 3D. On the 3D to see where the Hungarian boat... I think that's the Hungarian boat that's in the middle right there. Yeah, there we go. So, we're thinking it's a left-hand shift. If it is a left-hand shift, the boats on the left should gain.
Yeah, but for the moment, it looks like that Israel...
maybe they have more pressure.
Yeah.
There's really nothing in this. I mean, there's only 20, now 30 meters between Hungary and Oman.
Yeah, Hungary, they're closing the gap a lot. Now Oman is tagging. But
we've got a little race boat in the middle of the race course. I hope they're gonna just keep their cool. So yeah, so we've also got the camera boats, but we got a little sailboat over there.
Yes.
Oh, he's getting out of there.
They're just looking around, checking out what is happening.
Now that's what you call a front row seat right there.
Looks like they are enjoying, huh?
I mean, this is what's crazy about this sort of this sort of competition is. I mean, this is open waters. You know, people can actually sail into the race course, and obviously you don't want to be getting into the middle of this race course. But I mean, the lake isn't that. You know, we're not in the ocean here, so we're going to look a little bit here
I think
at the tracker.
Israel just tag it. Let's see what's gonna happen. But looks like that Brazil still have a good lead. Let's see the cross with Israel and Oman. I think gonna be interesting.
Yeah, we were seeing Israel in number 1 spot earlier, and we had Brazil that was on the left. We were thinking it was a left-hand shift. We said the boats on the left will gain.
Yeah, but for sure was a left shift. It looks like the Brazil. They have a good.
Brazil gained, which is going to put Israel really close to Oman and Hungary again.
Yeah, and this is the fight of the race, huh?
It's playing the shifts.
Because a good point from this event is that doesn't matter who finished the second place in the group. Tomorrow, everybody gonna be tied for the last race. So for them now, Oman or Hungary, they have to finish second to be allowed to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, the slate is wiped clean, and tomorrow there's only one race for the finals. There's the small final and there's the big final. So the petite final and the grande final, and it's one race in the final. Whoever wins that race is the winner of this second test event of the SSL Gold Cup. So just want to remind everybody that this is the second test event. So these guys have been racing all week, and this is their 7th race of this fleet. So you see up top it says Fleet 1. So we have 2 fleets. In this fleet, Brazil, Israel, Oman, Hungary. And in Fleet 2, we've got Switzerland, Argentina, Estonia, and Croatia. And they'll be coming on just as soon as this race is over. We're going to have a switch, and we're going to see who's going to be making it out of that group. They will be also sailing for their 7th and final race of the week. So it's all playing out right now.
Looks like Israel still have some meters in front of Oman, but looks like they are not on the ley line. They are tacking now.
So Israel is tacking. I think they're trying to keep their advantage. Basically, if they can set themselves up between the mark and the other boats, then they are controlling the fleet. And if you can control the fleet, which is what they've done right there. Now we see Brazil on the left-hand side there in front, but that boat in the middle, that's Israel. And they're just trying to keep themselves between the mark, the upwind mark, which is on the left-hand side of your screen, which should be coming up, and the other teams. It's a 3-boat race right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we know Brazil, they're going to the finals. It's the others. Here we go. They're tacking. It's looking like they're on the ley line. Oman wants to tack, but they don't want to be in their bad air. So we'll see them tacking very soon. But Oman does not want to leave Israel. They don't want to let Israel. There we go. Here we go. Oman is tacking, making sure they're not going to be in their bad air. And Hungary has to tack, even though they're going to be in the bad air of Oman. It doesn't matter. They can't go too far, otherwise they're sailing off the race course, and there's just no point. So here we go. They're going to ease the main once they get to the windward mark, and then they're going for the dogleg, which is a beam reach.
Yeah, looks like a bit over the ley line.
It looks like Oman is over ley line, the boat in the middle. Yeah, definitely looks like they went over ley line.
Brazil.
I mean, if you
still
look
have
at
to
the
do
angle
two more tags.
between Israel and Oman, they've definitely gone over the ley line. But it's very shifty out there, so it's very difficult to say.
No, Brazil.
You know, looking on the tracker, exactly what's going on.
The fleet are more close now.
So Israel now getting to the windward mark. Brazil is now taking their spinnaker out. Again, it looks like they have absolutely no problem.
Let's see Israel, because the last two hoists they had some problems.
And we want to remind everybody that's watching us, if you guys would like to commentate, and you're watching this on YouTube, you just don't hesitate to go to our YouTube live chat. And if you've got a question for us, we'll try to answer. So Israel, Oman, and Hungary. There we go. 1 minute behind. I mean, for having gone back to the starting line and having to stop because they were stuck in between two boats, they're coming back very, very well.
Yeah, let's say that they are in the game again.
And there's one thing you can't forget. I mean, when you're the last boat, okay, perhaps you're the last boat, but you're also the very first boat that's going to be touching that new wind. So if there's a big puff that's coming in, and Hungary gets it, they can chase the others and catch right back up. So there is an advantage. I guess that's the only advantage of being the last place boat. As long as you're not too far behind, you catch one good puff and you can get back in. Yeah, we can see that they're putting that's the jib. The jib is just, so they've taken the jib down.
They're jibing now.
They're jibing, and it looks
they
like
have
they're
some problems.
Oh no!
With the retriever and also
retrieval line has gotten all tangled.
Yeah.
Oh jeez! Oh, that's not gonna help. And it looks like looks like the sheets. The weather sheet needs to be eased.
This is not good for them.
Nah, this is actually not good at all. Yeah.
Actually, I just rechecked the score because, and I think if Oman beat Hungary now, like we have now, I think Oman is gonna pass. So this changed the game because Oman just have to keep in front the Hungarian team. So
as long as Oman is in
it
front
is
of
a
Hungary,
different it is a different race for them now. So they have to keep their eyes on a Hungarian boat and try to manage to keep in front of them. And Israel is quite close to the Brazilian boat as well.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's happening. It's just been confirmed that the fight here we're looking at is between Oman and Hungary. Israel is not going through, so they're going to the small finals. Brazil is definitely going through. So what we're looking here, the race you guys want to be looking at right now is Hungary and Oman. As long as Oman can stay in front of Hungary, then they'll be going into tomorrow's final. So whoever's in front is going into tomorrow's final. So this is it's pretty interesting because right now we're actually looking at the third and fourth place. That's what's interesting to us right now. So tomorrow is the big final and the small finals. So make sure you join us, and And like I said, if you guys have any questions, you can go on our live feed from on the YouTube channel. You can if you'd like to ask us some questions, please don't hesitate. Everybody's looking up, making sure that sail is very, very well trimmed. Absolute concentration on that boat. So they've got what, like 100 meters advantage?
Yeah, and the gap between Israel and Brazil,
there you go, yeah,
keep dropping,
110.
so
112. It
and
does.
just 40 meters, around 40 meters, so it's almost nothing.
Yeah, it's a 45-minute race. I mean, you know, in racing, it's not actually that much. It's not that long. I mean, we've had some races. I mean, I'm sure you've had races that were much longer than an hour, and that's and it just takes forever. And so this is anything can happen really quickly. And we have the race course. The length of the race course is 2 kilometers. So we have a 2-kilometer race course. And it looks like we're getting a couple puffs that are coming down from where we are here in Grandson. We can hear the wind is howling. So we're back there. We're all the way up at the top of the lake. And the wind is blowing from where we are down to the bottom. So I'm expecting that the next windward beat, they're gonna be having a little bit stronger winds.
Yeah, let's see how.
I mean, we were seeing white caps before.
How close they are now. Huh?
We were seeing white caps before, and now it just looks like it's a little bit calmer. But I'm telling you, I'm looking outside the window now, and it's windy up here. It's screaming. So maybe we'll see these boats planing again. That would be great.
Yeah, let's see.
You see, everybody's coming back together, so that's definitely telling us that there's pressure. There's more wind coming. So those back boats are catching up to the front ones.
They are probably now talking about which side they're gonna go, if they're gonna choose the left mark or right, because they are probably close to the ley line of the gate.
Yeah, they're what, like 500 meters away from the gate now? Quite close. The question is, we've had that big wind shift on the first windward. I mean, now what's going to happen? So the tactics for the windward beat is actually being decided right now.
Yes.
And I mean, that's the same thing for when they're going to go downwind.
As we saw in the last upwinds, the left side, they had more pressure, so let's see which gate they're gonna choose.
So they're probably so we're looking like it's probably gonna be the right gate. I mean, if they want to go up on the right hand side of the gate as they're coming down.
I think they are already on the ley line of the right gate. Let's see.
Yeah, they're taking the.
No.
They got one more jibe.
We're gonna see interesting what they're gonna do.
They're gonna do. Oh, they're taking it down now. Yeah.
They're gonna put the kite down, and they're gonna do 2 more jibes without the kite.
Probably.
I think Israel gonna gain a lot, huh?
Yeah, but like we said, there we go. Yeah, 1-2 jobs. Yeah, but they don't have anything to lose. They're going to the finals.
Yes.
So they just don't want to mess up.
But I know my team. They wanna win this race again. Also. Oh, looks Oman had some problems.
Oman now needs to get that spinnaker on the left-hand side of the boat without putting it into the water. There we go. Nice little jibe. Get it back up there. Keep going. Make sure all those sheets are back in the boat.
But looks like this mark was a bit more close than the other, because Oman was almost tied with Israel.
Oh man, I mean, look at Hungary. They're just, it looks like they're not moving anymore. They must be dead downwind, so maybe a left-hand shift, huh?
Now gonna be interesting. We have 2 boats going to the right and 2 boats going to the left.
I didn't see a motorboat that was telling them that they were going to be, that the course has changed. I think we're still going to be, looks like we're still going to be on the same course.
And now gonna be interesting because remember Oman just need to beat Hungarian boat, so let's see how they're gonna.
Yeah, let's see how this is gonna go down. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to check right here to see if we've got any information on the race, on the change of course. It doesn't look like they've changed the course, and so it looks like the wind must have come back. So we'll see what's going on. We'll see if there's more pressure on one side or the other.
Yeah, it looks like that Brazilian boat, they are quite confident on the left side because all the fleet, they are going to the right, and the Brazilian, they just keep going to the left. So probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, generally you don't want to be going by yourself. I mean, that's just pretty much a rule of thumb. If you gain a lot, but if you lose a lot. So right now, they can take the risk. They're pretty comfortable. They can take the risk. I mean,
yeah,
like
for
you
sure.
said, I mean, you're their coach.
Yeah.
You know how they think.
Yeah, they're
definitely gonna try to win this. Of course they are.
If there is someone there that can go to take some risk, it is the Brazilian boat. And we have the wind out there. It's quite shifty, so it's a bit dangerous to stay in the middle. So once that you choose for one side, you have to go there and then wait for your shift. So usually it is what happened out there.
It does kind of look like as though they're getting a lift.
Looks like mine's quite.
We're starting to see some windsurfers. So the wind is coming up. There we go. As I said earlier, we could hear the wind blowing, howling up here in Grandson, and I think it should be reaching the race course right about now. Everybody's hiking out, making sure they're getting as much weight as possible.
Let's see what Oman gonna do, because Hungarian team is just crossing behind them. But looks like they have a good shift for them.
Yeah, it looks like again the wind has turned left. So Hungary now is obviously coming back to the left-hand side. They were on the right-hand side, so now they're crossing across the whole entire field. For me, that just tells me that they're just trying to find a solution, because you just don't do that. I mean, if you're on the right, you don't come back to the left. You know that's dangerous.
Yes, but
I think right now they know they got to do something. If they don't do it, nothing.
They have
is
to
happen.
do something different, because otherwise they're gonna lose the spot in the finals.
Yeah, I mean you could. So they're going back on the left. Yeah, we can see right there. I mean, it is a little bit shifty. They're getting some couple headers, couple lifts. And Brazil
looks like Oman passed Israel, so left side paid a lot, huh?
Yeah, so that's why your team was going out to the left. Yeah, obviously they were, and that's why Hungary's coming back to the left. So it's a left-hand shift, which pretty much means that they're going, well, I wouldn't say straight to the buoy, but not too far. Oh, and the wind is picking up here. I can hear it outside. So expect to see a pretty action-packed downwind This is going to be great. I mean, we're looking right now. They're approximately halfway. They're approximately halfway in the middle of the windward beat.
Yeah,
So
but the
wind
things
should be
looks
picking
good
up.
for the Oman team now. Huh? They are second with Hungarian team in fourth, so they have a chance to go to the finals.
Yeah, right now they're in. They're in there. They're going to the finals for the time being, and they're in the middle of the their racing track, and so they're not taking too many risks, limiting the
I
amount
think
of
they are
risks.
going to cover the Hungarian team now. Once they know that they are in front of Israel, so probably they are going to cover the Hungarian team and check it out.
Yeah, because as long as they can get in between their opponent and the windward mark, then they're pretty much securing themselves a spot.
And remember, the left side, it's always better than the right side.
tacked.
And looks like the Hungarian team, they closed the gap a bit.
And there you go.
With
There goes
the-
Hungary. They've had to tack back because they're not going to stay in that dirty air. So the duel continues between Hungary and Oman. And looks like Israel is now in fourth. Oh, this is crazy. This is changing. It's just it's never ending.
Oh, and looks like the Hungarian team, they also pass Israeli team, so the left side probably it's much better than the right side.
Looks like also we're getting that wind. We're seeing from that angle that and we're yeah. And I mean, look at the Traveler. Look at the mainsail. How open that mainsail is.
Oh, so we
did get a wind. We did.
we did.
They changed the course.
Yeah, we can see the.
You guys see that pink marker? That's the new marker. That was the new windward mark. So they basically what they do is they change that around. If the wind shifts, or if they see that the wind picks up or dies down, they can adjust the length.
Look!
the course.
It looks like the Joca. He had some trouble to join Magilla in the Corp Grinder because the Magilla already started before Joca. So
He doesn't need anybody else to help him.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. Look at that. Boats are now picking up speed. That wind has arrived. It's gotten there.
It looks like Hungarian team they are quite close to the Oman, but looks like Oman were over the ley line and they lost a lot.
They went a little too far. Hungary definitely came back. They went on that left, and that was very good for them.
We're gonna be interesting to see this.
They're chasing down. Now it's gonna be a question of getting that kite up without having any issues. So look at the two boats. And looks like pretty good. Oh, it's pretty simultaneous. Oh, Hungary is in it. Oh, they're going after them. And now it is full speed blast. Yeah, make sure you don't have any more issues with that line to bring the spinnaker down. So they're
Hungarian in a good position now for the next jibe, because looks like they are closing the gap a lot, and I don't know if Oman can jibe now. Huh?
Yeah, it looks like Oman is staying relatively low.
No, now definitely they cannot jibe. So it's gonna be interesting how they're gonna manage to go for a jibe.
Yeah, and you can see those spinnakers they're having a hard time filling them up. They're very downwind. I think they're trying to get Hungary to jibe. Because Hungary knows that if they try to overtake, Oman is just going to luff and they'll never get by. So
And remember that the course, it is a bit shorter than before, so probably this downwind is gonna be.
Yeah, we lost 400
Yeah, looks like
meters.
they are not so far away from the ley line. So Oman, they have to find a way to jibe.
So Oman is trying to pick up some speed. There it is. Those yellow dots that you're seeing right there, that's the ley line. So ideally, oh no, I'm sorry, that is Brazil. That is Brazil. That is not the ley line. Oh yeah. All right. Anyway, they need to get down to that ley line, and if they get down to that ley line, then they'll have to jibe. The thing is, there we go. Here we go. They're not going all the way down to the ley line, and it's a simultaneous jibe. Hungary is also jibing. All right, they need to get some speed back up. That was a good jibe. They didn't lose the spinnaker. They kept their speed up. And I saw Hungary was... There we go. We can see them just behind there with the spinnaker up. We can see that there's some white caps in the background, so there's definitely some pressure coming down. This is going to be a sprint to the finish.
Looks like that Oman still have some good air from... I don't know if from behind or...
Well, it looks like, yeah, I mean, there we go. That pressure. There it is. It finally got down there.
No, now Hungarian team, they are in a really good position. Probably they're going to overtake.
Yeah, it looks like they've
already
overtaken.
did.
Yeah, looks like they've overtaken Oman.
Let's see if they still have a jibe or not to the finish. Maybe yes. So Oman gonna still have a chance to the next jibe.
Yeah, if Oman can get that last jibe and be windward of the of Hungary, then they could potentially steal their wind. And I mean, this is going to come down to the finish.
Yeah, but looks like the next jibe is gonna be they're gonna jibe and just cross the line, or maybe no. Looks like they are on the ley line, huh?
Yeah. Those two boats over there. So the finish line are not the two yellow marks. The finish line are the two boats. So this is exciting
stuff. We're gonna try something, but I think we're gonna be difficult.
Race 7 of the series. The two boats you're watching right now, whoever finishes in front is going on to the finals tomorrow. There's 1 point difference between them. Whoever's finishing in front is going to the finals tomorrow. This is a big deal. So let's see what's gonna happen here. And it doesn't look like they're going to have to jibe.
No.
Looks like Hungary has just come back. I mean, these guys, they were over the line too early. They had to go back. They were 300 meters behind at the very start.
I think Oman did a big mistake in the second upwind, let Hungarian team go into the left side. Remember, the left side was paying a lot, and at the moment that Oman crossed them and let them go into the...
Yeah, they gave them the left.
It was a big mistake because they closed the gap a lot.
Here we go. Hungary crossing between those two blue flags. Congratulations.
Looks like they're happy.
That's it. They're going to the finals.
And remember, now
that is wonderful.
Everybody tied for tomorrow, so...
Yeah, and tomorrow we just start over again. Anybody can win. It's anybody's game tomorrow. Wow, that is crazy. What a great race. What a great race. I mean, Hungary getting an early start, crossing the line too early, having to come back, making their way all the way back up, working those shifts. It was pretty light winds in the beginning, and now it is howling. We're getting some white caps that are starting to form. This is good stuff. This is very good stuff. So congratulations to Brazil and Hungary. They will be going to the finals tomorrow. We've got Israel and Oman. They will be going to the small final tomorrow. And now we are going to make the shift. And we're going in for the very last race of Fleet 2. So now all these teams are getting off the boats, and we're getting Switzerland, Argentina, Estonia, and Croatia back onto the boats for the final race of the day, and it looks like it's going to be a windy one. So, very good. Congratulations. Hey, Henrik, thank you very much for coming over here. And it was great to be able to look at this with you. Just want to remind everybody, you are the coach for the Brazilian team. You can congratulate them. Look at that, just absolutely unbelievable. Brazil has won every single one of their races. They're just showing everybody who the kings out here are. As we said, the Godzillas, the Goliaths of sailing. They're the gods of sailing. They're all out here. 7 races, 7 points. It doesn't get any better than that. Hungary with 18 points. And then Oman and Israel, 21 and 24 points. So Brazil and Hungary going to the finals tomorrow. And Oman and Israel going to the small finals tomorrow as well. So tomorrow we start all over again, and it's anybody's game, and we'll see who between the teams that are coming up right now, who is going to be in the leader spot between the next fleet that's coming out here. So guys, thank you very much. We will be back in a couple minutes with fleet number 2, race number 7. Thanks very much. Stick around, and we'll talk to you very soon. Bye-bye.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4. a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SSL Gold Cup second test event. This is the final race, race number 7 for Fleet 2, which will be basically deciding who's going to the finals tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow are the finals. But today is the last battle before we find out who's going to the finals. And joining me for this final race, we have Ingrid Pusta from Estonia, and she's a windsurfing specialist. She's been to 3 Olympics. Ingrid, welcome. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, and welcome everyone.
Perfect. Well, here we go, Ingrid. This is what we're looking at right now. We've got Switzerland, Croatia, Argentina, and Estonia. So it's a tight battle between Switzerland and Croatia. And we've got Argentina, which is not too far away, 5 points now.
Yeah,
It's pretty much set. I mean,
I
we
think
know
so,
who's
yeah,
going to the
so-
finals on this one. But let's see what's going to happen, because the fight between Switzerland and Croatia, I mean, they've been fighting. I mean, look at those results. It's been basically back and forth between them the whole entire week. So if we look at the statistics, we should probably have Croatia win and Switzerland second.
to be honest, yeah, they've been really equal. I felt like Switzerland really know the lake. They have got some really crazy shifts here and there. But Croatia somehow also are far behind sometimes, and just come through with with tactic or techniques, and they are a really strong team.
Yeah, it's pretty. The lake sailing, I mean, is some difficult sailing for sure. Especially today, we're getting wind which is coming out of the southwest, so it's very shifty, and it changes very much in pressure. On the last race, we saw a pretty light start and a pretty heavy air finish. It looks like right now, from what I understood, they've put Genoa back on. So
Yeah, I think it's been dropping a little bit, and I think here it tends to drop in the evenings. So I think it's the light wind sails are up. It looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like the light wind sails are up, and we are 2 minutes to the start. So we'll see what's going on. If we look outside the window, we see that it's still pretty windy. But once they've decided to put a sail up, I mean, generally they don't change halfway through.
No, yeah, it's on the race committee. They have a blackboard where they say what sail they should use, and then all the teams change to the same sail.
So they can't change.
Yeah.
Once they put
No.
that sail up, then there's no changing. There's no going back. So 1 minute 30 seconds
Yeah, they were lining.
to the start now,
Getting
and
ready.
you can see the start on the lower left hand side of your screen between those 2 motorboats. For the start, they have orange flags, and for the finish, they have blue flags. That way, people that are racing know, whether the starting line is open or whether the finishing line is open. I mean, generally, it's not too difficult to know where you are. But just so that you guys understand, that's why we have orange flags for the start and blue flags for the finish. So right now, they're just waiting. We can see here the boat closest to us as the jib is flapping.
Yeah, it's the Argentinians. I think they're trying to kill some time. They're slightly early. They have been really pushing the line this week. They've been over twice, but in the first race today they were also over, but then they came with the port out of the line, went right, and came back.
Yeah, so they've been basically they've been taking risk, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, they have been pushing the line.
They've been pushing the line. We're
think
15
they're
seconds
going
in.
now.
They're actually in a pretty good position right now, where they can just bear away and get some speed. There
Yeah,
we go.
coming
So
in
there's the
middle.
start
Ooh.
between those 2 orange flags.
Think we're going.
They're full speed,
They can have
and it looks like they're getting the best start. They may not be the ones that have crossed the starting line first, but they're the ones that have definitely got the most speed.
Yeah, they came out with really nice speed, and they can go low now and fast.
Exactly.
Estonia also was on the line, but they're getting a bit of dirty air from...
Yeah, we saw that in the last race. We had Oman that was in the middle of two boats, and they just don't want to stay there. So they're tacking right away. They're getting out of there because they saw what happened to Oman. I mean,
just couldn't tack away anymore. Just getting stuck between the boats.
Exactly. That's a very good tactical decision right there. Oftentimes we hear about strategy and tactics and things like that, and I think that people need to understand that the strategy is what we're going to. There's the game plan before, and the tactics is really how we are going to react to what's going on to the other boats around us. Yeah, exactly. So tactically speaking, they were sort of forced to tack and to get away from that dirty air, which puts them on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And now we just saw Switzerland in the background tacking.
Yeah, Switzerland is going to the right, but I think in the last race it shifted left, didn't it?
Yeah, it's shifted left, and it looks like everybody's going left again. So, except for Estonia, which unfortunately had to.
Maybe a bit forced to go there now, yeah.
Yeah, and they're probably going to continue a little ways just to make sure they don't get into any of that bad air.
Yeah, and then tack back to the group, probably.
Yeah, so it's looking like we're getting that left-hand shift again. And we're just waiting for Estonia pretty much to tack again, to tack over.
Yeah. But it seems like they're sailing for now.
Well, it looks like they were saying that Genoa, but it doesn't. I don't believe so. It
Yeah,
looks like
it
looks like it's the jib.
It's the jib.
Yeah, I mean, if we look right there, now you see that front sail on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. I mean, that front sail is coming about to the height of the mast.
It's before the shrouds, and the Genoa goes past the shrouds into the.
Yeah, the Genoa goes almost back to where the winch is.
Yeah.
So the idea behind that is that we're going to put on a bigger sail when there's less wind.
Yes.
And a smaller sail when there's obviously more wind. And it looks as though they're expecting those wind puffs to keep staying, and so they've decided to stay with the with the jib. And if you look at the jib, it's quite interesting because you see there's basically, you have the jib sheet and then you have the up and down. And the up and down, I mean, you want to explain to us a little bit about the up and down on the jib?
The halyard?
No, for the sheet, to allow basically the point where the sheet is setting up the sail, having it go up and down allows you to change the luff and the leach of the boats. And look at that. Look, first place. It looks like Estonia. They may have made that right, the correct decision. Everybody was going back left.
Yeah. And they're out there like in the clean air, no one's tacking on them, so they can sail freely.
They can sail freely, and we just saw a pretty aggressive move right there, defending their position. Who is that right there?
Croatians underneath.
That's
and
Croatia. Yeah.
Argentinians on the top.
Yeah, so Argentina in a tough spot right there. In a tough spot because they can't really do anything. If they tack, then the Croatians can just perhaps tack with them.
Yeah, follow them.
If they bear away and they go into a low mode, then they're going to get into their dirty air. They're really stuck.
Yeah, and then they will go sideways.
And here we go. There you go. Croatia going into the high mode, pushing them out. Argentina is just stuck.
But I'm still hanging on there. I think having quite decent lane still.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only thing they can do, right, at this point. They're just... So very good tactical move by Croatia. Blocking Argentina, making sure that they don't They're not going anywhere. Estonia took a big risk.
Big
they were
risk,
pushed right,
going on their own.
and it paid.
Yeah.
And Switzerland
as long as it stays like
is
this, yeah.
Switzerland is in the middle, being very neutral.
Yeah.
Making sure that, you know, if there are any big shifts, they're in the middle. They're not gonna, you know, they're not gonna gain or lose too much. But obviously, if you stay in the middle, then you're not really taking any chances.
Yeah, they probably won't get a race win like this. But I guess, as we said earlier, that they're already through to the finals. So.
Yeah, I mean, basically those
they
boats.
They can't really lose.
No, they can't lose.
That place. But as it is test event, then people are testing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what's great. It is a test event. It's a test event for everybody, for the organizing committee, for the race committee,
for the crews as well, like testing some sailors, maybe different positions.
Yeah, actually, teams have been. I heard some teams have been staying at the same positions all week long and really progressing. And I've heard that some other teams, like apparently Switzerland, has been changing quite a bit. And
mixing it up, I think.
Mixing it up, figuring out who's best in what role.
Yeah. And also because we are here, like, our team has 10 sailors, so we swap one every day, like back and forth with a floater.
Mm-hmm.
So one goes on the boat and then the other is like watching from the rib.
Yeah, and I think they were saying Switzerland earlier was telling me they had 11 people on their team, so 2 people switching out.
I think for the real event next year there will also be 11 sailors, so 2 spare.
2 spares, yeah. Yeah, I was just counting to see who was on that boat, the Croatian boat. So they're 9. They're all out there. Everything's ready. The spinnaker's ready. So everybody putting a maximum weight on the outside.
So now we can see.
Oh, there's Argentina. We're seeing some big puffs. Look at those boats move.
Estonia's coming back now to the mark, and I think.
So I kind of
think we went above Switzerland, or they crossed under behind us.
Yeah, Switzerland definitely wants to not have to do another 2 tacks before they get to the mark.
Ley line,
No, Switzerland's gone a little bit too far, so they're sailing. Actually, they're sailing too much distance. But the trade-off is that if they do that, then they're going to be sailing with clear wind, as opposed to sailing less distance but in bad air. So we'll just have to see how it goes. Everybody's still hiking.
Yeah.
You can see everybody crosses their feet and then puts that sheet in between the 2 feet in order to be able to lean outside. So needless to say, it's a good abs workout.
It for sure is. On this boat, it's quite hard to hike. It's a bit of an effort, and also to get back in the boat. I've been on the 3rd from the front, so I hold on to the backstay sheet, and so from that I pull myself up. And sometimes
it's tough because you don't have anything on your feet. I mean, you've got that rope, but you can't really.
Yeah, and then the other hand is like holding on from the boat side, inside the boat.
Yeah, and you're about 3 meters up in the air, and.
And actually, on starboard, it's harder to get up because the sheet is on your right hand, but the left hand is like pulling from the boat, so you have the weak hand like pulling yourself more. So sometimes I had to ask the bitman to help me up when we were like.
To press down on your feet so that you can get back up, or pull you out of the...
he kind of just pulled me up from the shirt.
Get up here.
Yeah.
Get back in this boat.
Especially with the light wind when the boat is not leaning over so much, so it's harder to get up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the more it's leaning, the more you can sit on the side, and the easier it is. Yeah. So here we go. We have here. Is that Estonia? No, that's Croatia.
That's Croatia leading.
Very concentrated. We could see how much wind there is by seeing the main sheet Traveler. You can see that main sheet Traveler now is relatively upwind, so you know that the wind is not so strong. I mean, we've seen him earlier where it was all the way down to the bottom. There we go, a couple turns, sheeting into the main sheet. So we got one guy working the Traveler, one guy working the main sheet. And then we've got two, I think, working the jib. And Croatia, what a crazy team. I mean, these guys are they're very good sailors, right?
Indeed.
Some big boat sailors, guys that are just some guys that have been sailing in the World Match Racing Tour. I mean, they've been sailing in several different classes, maxi boats and all sorts of big boat sailors, and now on to the SSL 47. So
but they also have quite few experienced Olympic sailors as well in their team.
Yeah, like for example Tonchi Stepanovic, and then Shime Fontella,
tactician.
Yeah, those two have brought back silver medals. Tonchi has got 2 silver medals, and along with Shime, I mean Shime, he's got a whole bunch of medals as well. It's just unbelievable to have these two guys, working as a tactician and working as a skipper. Definitely, they call him Iceman.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Quite so.
Tonchi, because he's cool like ice. He's always staying calm. He's
in a crazy situation, he keeps the cool.
yeah, exactly. He's the Iceman of the Croatian team. So here we go. We're getting up to the windward mark.
Do you think the Croatians will lay the mark? I think they will.
I think they will. Yeah.
They will. Yes.
Yeah, just barely.
Yeah.
And if they don't, they'll just hook it.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like they're hooking it right there.
It up, yeah.
But they've lost speed, and here comes Argentina with a bunch of speed. And Argentina will be windward of them. So we might be looking at them rolling over.
I think the Croatian acted really quick, so they got away.
It looks like they got away. It looks like they managed to stay in front.
Yeah.
All right, now let's see who can get the best. Oh, they're defending their position. Argentina is going down inside. The Croatians are luffing to make sure that Argentina is not going to steal their wind. That was a hard luff, though. That was a hard luff. That slows the boat down when you turn that rudder so much. And in the back,
we have Estonians running this.
Switzerland and Estonia, huh?
And pulling the spinnaker up.
Estonia straight down. Estonia faster than Switzerland. Switzerland still hasn't gotten their spinnaker out. Look at them. We can see Switzerland right there.
Yes.
There we go. It's finally coming up.
Yeah.
It looks like there's quite a bit of pressure, though. It looks like there's quite a bit of wind back there. So we were saying the disadvantage of being in the back, obviously, is that you're in the back, but you are also the first one to get the wind.
Yeah, true, and they can come back. I think the downwinds have been like the most interesting ones. Like can't remember a few days ago, we had quite strong wind, and so 3 of us, Estonia, Argentina, and Croatia, we were really fighting there, and Switzerland team was quite far behind, and then just went slightly further towards the left side and downwind, and just passed all of us before the finish line.
Yeah, it's just it's crazy. It just takes a couple, just being in the right place.
Yeah, at the right time.
At the right time, getting a puff. Here we go, Switzerland jibing. And putting the boat flat. Getting that teamwork in, making sure they're keeping up their speed.
But it's not that windy that they keep the jibs up, because before some of the teams had the jibs up for downwind as well.
Yeah, we were thinking they were probably doing that in order to maybe do a little bit less maneuvers, or either there was the wind was very strong and they were thinking that they could sort of depower the spinnaker.
Okay.
We don't really know why. We were just we were asking ourselves some questions. We were wondering why they would do that. I mean, we've seen these boats sail with a lot more wind than what there is today, and the jibs go down and the spinnakers stay up, and they don't have any issues with that.
I think it's like more like 20 plus knots, then you keep the jib up. I have looked some RC44 videos, YouTube, then I think they say it's like 20 knots and they keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you're getting into that, earlier today we were between 15 and 20 knots. So it was pretty windy before, which would explain why they're still up. Look at that. I mean, there's still quite a bit of power right there. Oh, there goes the boat, speeding up. So they've definitely got some speed right there. And those boats are flying. It's just unbelievable. It's hard to see how much wind there is from when you're looking at the television, but just look at the boats. I mean, the bow is out of the water and they're just cruising. Yeah, they are. They're really fun boats to sail. Even when there's like 5 knots of wind, you can still race with them. And with very little wind, you can still hike as well. They're very powerful. Yeah, very powerful. We were looking at that, and really the best way for us to see how much power they're using, especially when they're going up into the wind, upwind, is really seeing where
windsurfers between the race course.
Couple of windsurfers, yeah. So we've seen a couple of windsurfers. We saw some wing foilers earlier. We saw a little red boat that was just in the middle of everything. They got scared. They turned around. I see. And left during the last race. But he's got a big sail on that windsurfer, so it can't be that strong. But still needs to go. But I mean, if they're out there, that's a good sign. That means that we've got some wind, and they're willing to try it. So Croatia is our leader. Argentina 63 meters behind. Switzerland is swapping places with Estonia. That's the real big fight that we're having, which is kind of funny because those are the two that are going into the finals, I believe. At least Switzerland is.
Switzerland and Croatia.
Switzerland and Croatia. Yeah. So
Argentina is doing a good race here.
Yeah, Argentina in second place, fighting it out with Croatia. So, and there we go. Look at that. We got some good breeze. We can see there's a big dark line behind those boats over in the back over there, and that's a line of that's some wind coming down. So if that wind gets to them by the time they get to the leeward mark, to the leeward gate, it should be some interesting dropping of the spinnakers. Dropping the spinnaker is always the hardest part on these boats.
Yes, exactly. And I think especially with a strong wind, like it can be a bit of a dramatic end of bottom mark.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you definitely don't want to put that spinnaker in the water. That's a lot of sail area, and that's going to just stop the boat.
With light wind, it's not like that much of a problem. You can manually also get it in, but like with strong wind, you need to make sure that the retrieval line pulls the spinnaker in. And
there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen on that boat. I mean, we're looking at retrieval lines. We're looking at 2 people on the coffee grinder. We're looking at the number 1 on the fore, the bowman.
The floater helping.
Yeah, it's not easy getting that thing in there. And a good drop is what, 5 to 7 seconds?
Yeah. I think yesterday we were looking at videos and we did like 8 or 6 or something like that. So it wasn't too bad with light wind, but
Yeah, so we'll see what's going on here. I mean, there we go. You see that dark patch we were talking about earlier? There we go. Now they're into the wind.
Getting it, I think.
Argentina is in the wind. There it is. Yeah, they're getting it first.
Croatians pulling the.
So they're gonna go back.
So we must be close to the bottom mark.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting to the bottom mark here. It also looks like Argentina, even though they're going fast, they're gonna have to do one more jibe. There we go. They just jibe. Argentina just jibe.
So they might go for the left-hand side mark, looking upwind.
Yeah, it looks like the buoy closest to us, which would be the left-hand side buoy.
So the Croatians are also going here.
All right, here we go. Here comes that drop. Now this is an easier drop because the spinnaker is already on port.
Yeah.
Hey, get it in there. Come on, guys.
That was
Look at
good.
them. That was good.
Yeah, didn't even go touch the water.
Rounding up. Make sure all those sails are nice. Perfect. Oh, that was
good.
That was very nice.
Good rounding by Croatia.
Very good rounding. All right. Are we gonna get to see the others? There we go. This is interesting.
So it's the Argentinians and the Swiss are inside.
Yeah, so I think the Swiss dropped a little early because they just didn't want to have any mistake. Argentina has got to give way because Switzerland has room. Now Switzerland's going to turn hard. This is going to slow their boat down, and Argentina, there we go. Look, they're coming underneath. They still got their speed. So even though they were on the outside, and they did a good job respecting the rules. Of course, that's what we expect at this level. But there you go. That's really, you can tell that if you can keep your speed, even though you're in an unfavorable position, you can really you can stay. You can get out ahead.
But the Switzerland team came from the left-hand side, I guess. They really caught up to Argentina.
Yeah, there's something about that left-hand side. We saw there was. In the last races
wind
as well.
direction, it tends to be left-hand side downwind.
Obviously, it definitely looks that way.
Yeah.
However, we did have Estonia at one point on the right-hand side.
Yes. Yeah.
Come out in front. So I think it's very shifty. They're really keeping their eyes, outside the boat. Lake sailing is really different. I mean. These basically, this lake is between the Jura and the Alps, and right now we got wind coming out of the southwest, so it's sort of funneling in there, and it's very influenced by thermic breezes on the side, by cold mountain air, and the wind up at the top of the mountain is really howling. I was looking earlier to see how much wind was at the top of the peak, so we were looking at 70 kilometers an hour of wind all the way up there. So it's a windy day. However, between what's going up at 2,000 meters and what's going on at 400 meters, that's the altitude of this lake. 430 meters is the altitude of Lake Neuchâtel. There's obviously, there's a big difference. But it's a very nice day. It's pretty sunny, and we've got some great wind. The water is still at 17 degrees.
Yes, it's surprisingly warm here this time.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we've had we didn't have the warmest of summers, but the lake was around 20 degrees. So yeah, it wasn't too bad. 22, I think it even came up this summer.
So are the summer times stronger winds?
No, summers are generally lighter winds. The stronger winds are generally in the spring because the air is a little bit colder, so the air is a little bit more dense, and it gets a little bit more pressure. So, but the water is super cold in the spring.
It hasn't had time to warm up yet.
No, I mean, and the mountains back here. Last year we had a lot of snow, and all that runoff, the water, the lake stays at around 8 degrees.
Yeah, that's
for a
Chilly.
while. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's chilly.
But next year for the real event, we might have strong winds then, but the water might be a bit cold.
Yeah, the water will be cold.
Yeah.
But the winds should probably be a little bit stronger, and it's denser air. So spring is a great time to come sailing over here. Obviously, you do have the impression you're sailing in a fridge, because the water is at 8 degrees. But so guys coming from Brazil, I mean, they're gonna have to put some layers on.
Yeah.
But the sailing is just absolutely fantastic in the springtime. So yeah, guys. So let me just remind you what you're watching here. This is the SSL Gold Cup test event. This is the second test event. And like we said, we use this test event to be able to make sure that everything is running smoothly. Whether it be everybody who's working on shore, to the race committee, to the technical crews, to making sure this broadcast is being fed out live to you guys. As a matter of fact, this is the very first day of a live broadcast. So all these tests are to make sure that we're going to be in tip-top shape for next year, 2020, for the real SSL Gold Cup. We will have another test event, which is going to be happening in 2 weeks, and at that point, I think we'll be even better than this one. And I think, as you can tell, things are working out pretty well. The wind is in our favor. You guys have had wind all week.
Yes, it's been great. Like last times that we've been here, the last 3 times, it's been very light, but like still some wind, but this time definitely has been the windiest time that we've been here.
Yeah, I think you
So
guys
been
had a couple
lucky,
days
yeah.
of wind out of the north, which is a wind here we call the bees, and it can be quite strong.
It was, yeah. Gusts were up to I think 25 knots.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah, that's quite a bit. So this is sort of this lake is actually the biggest lake in Switzerland. It's the biggest lake that has entirely Swiss borders, because if you look at Lake Geneva, for example, that's the biggest lake, but half of it is French. So so we're sailing on a fully Swiss lake here in Lake Neuchâtel, and we are based out of Grandson, which is on the southern side of the lake. And that's where actually the wind is coming from today. We got a southwesterly. So these guys are approximately in the middle of the lake, where we can get I would say, the best conditions, making sure that...
The most stable, maybe.
Yeah, the most stable conditions.
So Croatians are still leading, and quite good distance, I think.
There we go.
These are the
Switzerland is about to tack. You can see Brian Metro. I'm sorry, Nelson, which he's on the grinder. He's a very strong guy. He's a really tall guy and very strong guy, and that's basically his position. I was talking to him about that. Look, we can see that the mainsail is flapping a little bit. They're obviously depowering, so wind is probably coming up. Yeah, we were talking about being on the grinder, and he was telling me just how hard it is to grind. Saying that he comes back in, and he told me yesterday, I think I drank 3 liters of water when I came back in, and it was completely dry.
Yeah, like on our boat as well, you can see the grinder wears the least clothes. Like he's definitely warm all the time. He works quite hard.
Yeah, he works. It's unbelievable, and those grinders. I mean, they have 3 different gears. So basically what they're doing is that they'll be working when the loads get too high, then they can switch the gears. So if they're turning, for example, if they're turning left, then they'll be, for example, in second gear, and they turn right, then they'll be in first gear. And then on top of the winches, on the bottom right hand side of your screen, you see those winches. At the top they have a little button that you can press in and out, and that will activate a third gear. So when they're hoisting the spinnaker, or if they're doing a jibe or dropping, then they'll be using that third gear.
Yeah, and that's when they work the hardest.
Yeah, that's when there's the least amount of demultiplication, and that's when they're turning the fastest. But it's also when it's the hardest. So right there, you know, he's turning probably second gear, something like this. Second, and then finishing into first. So that's how it works. So those are the gears. But then one thing we haven't talked about is on the ground. They have 3 buttons, and each one of those buttons activates one of the winches. So they could essentially run all 3 winches at the same time, one at a time. So for example, here we see the starboard winch, which is on the bottom here. So there's a button on the floor which is closest to that winch, and if you lift it up, then it activates that winch. If you put it down, it deactivates the winch.
And on the second day in Estonian boat, we actually had to change one of the buttons as well. Like, and here it is that if something happens with a boat, you raise the yellow flag, and then the technical committee comes and fixes whatever is broken on the boat.
So you can actually ask for people to come onto your boat by raising that yellow flag. And so that yellow flag is only used for those sort of emergencies, or if somebody gets hurt.
Yes, yeah.
Then you can raise the yellow flag. Obviously, when you're in the race and you're racing, if you get outside help, you'll be immediately disqualified.
Yeah, it's only just before the swap, for example. If the different teams come on the board and something they realize it's broken, then they can ask for the help.
Yeah.
Assistance.
Yeah, exactly. So if, like, for example, like a winch was broken, or like what you say, like one of those buttons is broken, or something. I mean, you got, there is mechanical bits in this in these boats, and you know they're being sailed every day and very hard.
And pushed to the limit.
And pushed to the limit. So things are going to break. I mean, it's.
Yeah, it's like sailing. You know, it's like a, as you said, like a technical and material boat sport. So. Stuff happens.
So here we go. Croatia just reached the windward mark.
Yeah.
And they've done their 2.3 kilometers of windward sailing. And so now they'll be going down for the final leg. Here comes Argentina. So they've managed to keep their lead over Switzerland.
Switzerland definitely has caught up again.
Yeah, but look at how close that is.
Close.
They have to bear away.
Yeah.
So they're bearing away. Switzerland is bearing away because they don't have the right of way. They were on port tack. The others was on starboard. You have to bear away.
Actually, Estonian team gained from the right-hand side of the course, because they rounded the bottom mark with Switzerland at the same time almost. So, and then they went to the right-hand side of the course, and they arrived first before the Switzerland. So
yeah, so we're looking at a pretty even playing field.
Yes. So now this is the last downwind before the finish.
All right. Okay, Switzerland is a little bit faster. Oh, what's going on there?
Estonian team had a twist in the spinnaker.
Oh no.
But I think it came out.
So the Swiss were a little faster to bring out their spinnaker this time. Estonia, just as fast, but it looks like they had a twist in their sail. So right now we're looking at the Swiss, and I'm sure that, there we go.
Yeah, but
that's good.
They're really close to each other.
Yeah,
so it will be interesting finish.
Yeah, they just one little hiccup.
Yeah.
And there it is. They lost a boat length. So now what they're trying to do is they're making sure that Switzerland is not going to attack them. So they've got somebody making sure that they're looking at what Switzerland is doing, so that Switzerland can't go and steal the wind of Estonia. And this is really really important. Obviously, the wind being the petrol of the sailing boat. If you don't have any wind, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, so you don't want the Switzerland covering your wind.
Exactly, and the thing is, now they could luff and go a little bit faster, but then the problem is when they want to jibe, then Switzerland is going to be
right away
on top of them.
Yep.
So Argentina, Santiago Lange, he's the one that you just saw at the helm. Santi is probably the most well-known sailor in Argentina. I mean, he has 3 Olympic medals. He's got 2 bronze medals that he won back in the day in a tornado class, and he was out for a little bit. Had a couple issues, and he came back, and he was sailing with a very young crew in the NACRA 17 class, and he just won gold.
In Rio.
In Rio, yeah. So just wonderful. It's really a great story. So
it is, yes, a very inspiring story.
Yeah,
for many sailors.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of sailors know him. Just unbelievable. And I mean, you know, he's also a 4-time world champion. He stood on the podiums, 10 times in his career. I mean, that's
pretty amazing.
It's pretty. Yeah. It's completely crazy, So I mean, this is just to say, like, the level of the guys that are sailing out here. I mean, earlier we were talking about Team Brazil.
Yeah, what a legend! Like
Team Brazil.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier as well to my team that it's so great to come here and sail with all these great sailors, like race against them. It's inspiring.
Yeah, it's completely crazy because I'm sure that many people that come here have never had the chance to even compete against these guys because they just sail at such a high level. And then it's also a challenge for them because this is the first time they all sail together as opposed to against each other. So it's this SSL, the way it's being set up is completely, it's a revolution in sailing. It's a revolution in what's going on. Oh, look at this!
What happened to Switzerland? They lost.
Oh, it looks like there's quite a bit of power in it.
Yeah.
Is that a brooch? Oh, look at all that! You see all that? All that white bubble behind the boat when he turned. That was that. He had the rudder completely sideways.
Yeah. So maybe Estonian got a little bit of advantage of that. Few meters, a bit more. Yeah,
it definitely looks like
the gap is slightly bigger.
Yeah, the gap is slightly bigger. Argentina is just being attacked. Estonia is trying to defend their beef, but at the same time, they're just going after Argentina, and Argentina is just.
That gap was also got smaller between Estonia and Argentina, I think.
Yeah, here you go, Croatia. Croatia is just. They're just staying between those 3 boats and the finish line, and they're just making sure, playing it safe. And it looks like we're not too far away from the ley line. Not too far away from the ley line, so they're keeping it cool, keeping their speed up. And behind, the battle is right there. It's between those 3 boats. So Argentina is the boat which is furthest down. There we go. They're being covered by Estonia. Estonia is trying not to get covered by Switzerland. Switzerland's trying to go as fast as they can and as low as they can. And it's just this is going to be a tight one.
Yeah.
This is going to be a tight one.
And what's this racing is all about, like really tight racing and tight finishes.
And this is what's
makes it really
great.
Interesting.
Yeah, as well. Yeah, so not only are these guys having to discover sailing with guys from their own country, but also the boats. The boats are all identical. They're exactly the same.
Yeah, and all the sails are the same, and they are set up the same way. So they have the same equipment.
Everybody's got the same stuff. All the boats belong to the Sailing Athlete Foundation, and so that way no one can bring their own sails, no one can mess with the boats. The boats are dealt by the SSL and the Sailing Athlete Foundation, and that way that makes sure that what we're looking at is to see who the best crew is. And it's not a question of who's got the best boat, because every single boat is the same. And that's what makes this racing so exciting. We saw that in the last race. We're seeing that again in this race. It's not over. It's not over until you cross.
Yeah, because in the earlier race it was such a close race as well between the Oman and Hungary. That was nerve-wracking for Hungarian team and Oman team.
Yeah, you could just tell, and they made that big change from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, and it paid.
It did pay.
And generally, when you do that, that does not pay. But they're keeping their. Look at that. You can see even the grinder is looking outside the boat. He's trying to. They're obviously talking on there, trying to figure out where the boat's coming from. Look at that. The boat's got some good speed.
Yeah, flying down.
Oh, there's some good discussions. What are we doing? There's the tactician right there for Team Croatia. He's at the back. He's talking. He's probably talking tactics a little bit with the grinder, it looks like. Yeah, he's waiting to see. I think they're gonna go for a jibe. Yeah, there we go.
They're probably on the lay line now to the finish line. Yeah, it looks like it. If you look at the tracker.
There we go. Oh, and there we go. They pick up speed back up. It's just amazing to see those boats.
Yeah.
And here we go. Croatia.
Jibing for the lay line for the finish.
Oh, look in the back though. Look at the back. Estonia, Switzerland. They're still duking it out. Congratulations, Croatia. Let's go back and let's look at Estonia and Switzerland. Let's look at that. They still got a jibe in there. Argentina's going across pretty easy.
Yeah. That's definite second.
But look at that. Is that Switzerland that is trying to? Who's on the inside? No, that's Estonian.
Are underneath.
Estonians are underneath. They're gonna push them all the way to the limit. Jibe at the last moment.
Yeah, for sure. Or maybe they will make the finish line.
Maybe they make the finish line.
I think they will. They will go just down.
Yeah, they'll just bear away.
Yeah,
there we go.
away. Yeah.
What a race!
What
a race!
Yeah. I'm happy for our team for getting the third. They did a good job.
Yeah, they did a great job, and that was.
It.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have preferred to be on the boat than over here. But today was your day.
Yeah.
Today was your day. So anyway, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
So here we go. So Croatia won this 7th race. So that was the last race of the day for Fleet 2. There we go. There's your team.
Yeah, they look happy.
They look happy. That was a great fight. That's great. That's perfect. So yeah, Croatia, Argentina, Estonia, and Switzerland. That's how this race finished. This is the last race of the day. So tomorrow we will have the finals. And in a little bit here, we'll show you what the final ranking is going to be. We will have Switzerland that's over that will be over there, and we will have also Croatia that is in the finals.
Brazil and Hungary.
And Hungary, yes, not Oman, Hungary.
Yes.
So that's the lineup for tomorrow's big final. Tomorrow should be a rainy day.
They say that, but they already said that yesterday. It's going to be rainy, and we only have had sunshine so far. So
So maybe the sun will keep up, and we'll just have a bunch of wind, because generally when a rainy front comes in, there is a wind. So we're expecting to have quite a bit of wind tomorrow.
It'll be exciting.
It should be exciting. We've got 2 races. Here we go. Provisionals overall. So Croatia and Switzerland going on to the finals tomorrow, as we had calculated, and Argentina and Estonia bringing up the rear. So as you see, those were the 7 races that have been happening this whole week, and tomorrow it starts all over again. It's one shot, one race. Whoever wins the race will be the winner of the SSL test event, second test event, and so it'll be exciting to watch that. And you guys will be able to watch that over here on the live. Don't forget that we've got the live chat. I mean, we didn't see very much action going on the live chat. But anyway, thank you guys very much. I see we do have a question. What time will the finals start? It should be at 10:45 tomorrow. That is if we get some wind. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for having stayed with us and watched this. Ingrid, thank you very much for coming up here and talking to us and informing everybody. You're very welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the 7 races of this second test event. Join us tomorrow for the finals, 10:45. That's the plan. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good Saturday evening.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have